Tēnā rā tātou katoa. Ko tuku mai ki au te honore ki te hakapuari tō tātou noho ki te inoi, me te hakatau mai a koutua tātou rā. Me te menga iwi katoa ko hono mai rungu te purangi. Nā reira he hakatima tātou tō tātou noho ki inoi tātou. He pae tō matu nui te rangi, kia tapu tonu tō ingoa. Ko koe au ki te atua kaharawa, ora tonu. Nau mātou I orai, taino ki te timatanga o tēnei noho mātou te rānei. Mau, mā te mea kaha mātou e tiaki. Kaunuku mātou e tuka ke takai tēnei rā ki te harake re rānero te mate ngari tohu ngai. Whakatika ia koe a mātou mahi katoa kia ori tei ki tāwi hi heai. Tuku koe te māramatanga kia mātou e pā, I roto I tēnei noho a mātou ki te tēpu, ki te hopu ngā kōrero, ki te tātari ngā kupu, kia tae te whakatau I te tai whakaaro ke puta ako ne pai ngana mo tiwi whānui I whai pāngane ki tēnei kaupapa. Mana ki tiana ka koe ngā kaitono, ngā kai kreme, ngā kai kōrero hoki, me ngā roi hoki e haka atu mai na wara atu haka atu ranga ki mua i te waraoro tēnei poari te rōpū whakamana i te triti o Waitangi. Mana ki te roke koe te kai whakahaere tēnei noho mātou te rānei. Me te manaaki hoki a mātou katoa, mo te roa ngāke o tēnei noho. Hei paingono mau, hei paingono mātou. Koe ne tunu ngai noi kia koe pāmau ne whakamana mai. I runga ne te ingoa tāutama, te kai whakaoro koe Ukraiti. Āmene. Nā reira, e ngā reo e ngā mana, e ngā waka, e ngā tini kārangaranga, koutou katuko uru mai, me koutou hoki ko ono mai runga i tīpurangi, tēnā rā koutou katoa. Nei rā te whakamihi atu te tuaku i te whakatau mai a koutou i runga i te runga ni te pōwhiri, runga i te pōwhiri e te kaupapa te rāne. Nā reira nau mai, haere mai, whakauru mai ki roto i tēnei noho atu te rāne. Haere mai rā me ngā aitoa maha i runga i a koutou, e hinga atu nei, hinga atu nā. I roto o tātou tini marae tō motu, e tirara mai nei ko. Haera taki tēne hoki rātu kua wheturangi itia, ko tae tu te oki-okinga. Engari, ko tahi tonona te kōrero mō rātou. Haere rā e ngā mate. Haere rā ki te pūtahi tangori e hua ki te huihua ngā rangatira. Haere rā hoki atu ki te iwi. Hoki atu te kāinga, ki te wai tūturu mō tātou. Nā reire e ngā mate haere, oti atu. Ore kau te kumea keneo ni mihi kia roa e tātou mai, hone tūana whakatau mai ni a koutou rārunga nā āhuatanga tātou te iwi Māori, ko te tūmana ko hoki kia tutuki pai tēnei huihuinga e te rāne, kia tae koutou te haka atu mai o koutou haka atu ranga, kia pai e tā mātou hopu i ngā kōrero, ko te oti ngā te kia au, kia puta akane pai ngana mō tātou ka te whai pāngane ki te kaupapa nei. Ko e ne tunu ngai ngā mihi kia koutou, ore kau e tu e mihi tuatu i tēnā, engari he mihi whakatau. Nā reira e tātou mā huri no roto i tō tātou noho, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou. Rea huri no roto i tō tātou noho, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou.
Matariki te tipua, matariki te tawhito, ki tau mai, a wairua taka. Aroha mai. Matariki te tipua, matariki te tawhito, tau mai ngā wairuatanga mai i ngā ira atua, ki te ira tangata, ki te whai au, ki te ao marama tihei Mauriora. Hoi anō kei ta haere tonu te mihi ki te wā o matariki mā puanga. Wēnei te wā mo te maumaharatanga, te wā mo te manua ora, te wā mo te whakapiripiritanga, te wā mo te whakawhanaungatanga. Tēnei rā te mihi kia tātou. A kua tai mai i tēnei wā, kei raro i te tuanui o tō tātou whetu, o tō tātou tīpuna, kei raro i a matariki. I rungi ngā maumaharatanga, ka titiro ake a hau, a ki te pohutu kawa, te kai kawia o ngā mate o te tau. Ko tau e ngā mate, haere koutou haere ki te kupenga o tara mainuku, ki te waka o te rangi, haere ki a rātou mā, anō reira, tēnei rā te mihi, tēnei rā te tangi, tēnei rā te poroporo waki ki a koutou. Haere koutou ki te taha o tō tātou runga rawa, nō reira, haere atu rā koutou, moi mai, a kati ki a koutou. Ka hoki mai anō ki a tātou e oku rangatira ngā kanohi ora ka hui mai nei i runga i te kaupapa o te rānei. Tēnei rā te tuake nei ki te whakahoki te mihi kua mihi ki a mātou kua tai. E te rangatira, tēnā rā koe, he tuku kupu wairua, e hononga o te taha wairua ki tō tātou runga rawa. Nō reira ka mihi ake tēnei ki a koe ki a koutou ngā mema o te tribunal, tēnei rā te mihi kauana ki a koutou anō hoki ki a tātou katoa ngā kaikareima, ngā roia, mātau o te taha o te karauna, nei rā te tuake nei ki te mihi ki a tātou i tēnei ahuatanga o te rānei. Anō reira karatoro hia te kōrero nei, ko te mea nui i tuake nei i rongi tō tātou tikanga ki te whakahoki te mihi kua mihi ki a tātou. Hakoa, he iti te tū, he iti te kōrero, ka nui te kōrero, ka nui te mihi ki a tātou katoa. Anō reira, ka mihi ake tēnei ki a tātou, ka mihi ake, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Takurau, ngā rau o te kāhui, e te rau rākau. He tohu rangatira, he tikanga, whakatairanga, he rau rākau, he tohu inga, kawe te ture, ko hinga ngaro e whaia, ko te taonga matua, ko te kāhui rau o ngā manu, ko hinga ngaro ki te awai e. Kia pupuritia, ki te kotore huia, titia te rau, o te tika e. Ko te kāhui rau, riki e tau nei e. Anō reira, ko ngā kupu whakamotunga māku, ka piti hono tātai hono rātou, kia rātou, ka piti hono tātai hono kia tātou, ngā kanohi ora, ki te haere tonu te mihi kia tātou, huri noa ki tō tātou whare nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Anō reira ke whaikuroria honore hariruia kia koe i hoa ngā mano. Tū aururi whai o i o ki tonu tarangi me te whenua ko te nuinga, ko tōko roria tanga. Matua tama wairua tapu hāna hera pono. Kia ta tūke o tuakana wairua te are pati o meka piriwiri tua hāmuera. Ko koe anō te māngai kei roto hei tautoko, i te ture tangata, i te ture wairua, i te paipera o i hoa ngā mano, i te tiriti o Waitangi. Nei rā, o pono ngā mōrihu e tatu mai, ki mui tō aroarua i hoa. Te tuku atu rā, ngā reo whakamoimiti, ki mui a koe. Mō tini manaakitanga uwhia maira ki noa, ki a mātou nei, o pononga ki te whenua, e hāpaitia nei rā te rama toko tō maramatanga. Nei rā mātou e whakamoimiti tia. No reira tauaki au ki te tau nei ko rua tapu, rua tipua ko rua tawhito. Ngaru i runga, ngaru i raro, ngaru i tiho tāne, tiho tāne, ko taku waka, ko tāki timu. Rere mai te maramara ko i hunui, ko i huroa, ko te awhi orangi. E ko wai kei runga i tūpawhai ake, ko auku e nuku e tūpawhai ake. E ratahi a tau i tūpawhai ake. Hinu mea te kaua tākina, te kaua. Te kaua tua nihi, te kaua tua rangalanga, te kaua wai, te kaua o tāki timu. Inu mea te waka o tirari, inu mea te waka o tirara. Inu mea te waka o tamatea mai tawhiti, inu mea te waka o rongo kako. Inu mea te waka o tāki timu, whano hara mai te toki. Hau me hui e, tāi. No reira karanga mai. Karanga mai rā. Kia mātou ko tonu mai ki roti a koutou ni. Ka mihi ana ki te mana o tēnei whenua. Ki ngā iwi, takai o te rohe nei. Nei rā mātou, e horakia nei da. Te rau o te aroha, mai o whanahunga, o ngā tika hungunu. Tēnei rā e mihi ana ki a koutou, whakatau mai rā. Ka tau toko ana hau, ki ngā mihi kua mihi ake rātou ko he atu, ki tua o te hārai. Ngā mate huhua, o tēnā marae, o tēnā hapu, o tēnā iwi. Nē rā, mātou, ko mahu e mai nei tangi hi amai ni. Ka tāpiri atu rā ki tērā, ngā whakaaro o mātou nei, tō mātou nei pāpā tāmiti. Te tehi o ngā kaikaue, tēnei kokoraho, tēnei kareme, o mātou nei, o ngā tikahungu. Ki mua i te aroro, o te poali, o te rōpu whakamana i te tiriti o Waitangi te rangine. No lera ka hoki, ta mahara ki aia. Ia ko kiritia nei rā, tēnei kaupapa, i ki tō mātou nei taha. No reira haere atu rā e pā. Haere atu rā, ko kiritia ngā rangi tūhaha, ki te poho o Matariki. Tēnei rā mātou, e tangihia. Ka piti hono tātai hono rātou ki a rātou. Ka piti hono tātai hono tātou te hunga ora ki a tātou e piri nei. Tēnā koutou tihei mauri o rā. E te pāpā, tēnei rā e mihi ana, ki ngā mihi kua mihia. Tēnei mātou o ahuriri, ki roto i a kahungunu. E tuko ngā mihi ki a koutou, i te rangine. Nei rā mātou e piri atu rā ki te kaupapa nei, te Wananga nei, kia whakātu mai rā, tō mātou nei, kokoraho, te kremea, mai o mātou nei, karangalanga hapu, me ngā marae, e hora ake rā i rotu te whanganui a o rotu. Ki raru anu hoki te mana o ngā tikahungu. Nei rā e mihi ana ki a tātou e pai nei, kai aku nui kai aku re, kāre tukumuraka nei nā kōre ko tāku, e mihi, e hoki atu rā nā mihi, ki ngā mihi kua mihi anei, ia mātou. Nō reira kai aku nui kai aku rahi, koutou raranga tira mā kai rote te whare nei, tēnā koutou, huri noa, tēnā tātou katoa. Te karoro tangi tararau ma i runga ho tapu te ranga te pātiki taha nui o tiere. Te paua pātoto mai, runga o tahinga te pupu, tangi mai, runga o mataka rohi e. Te ke ore peke nui o rimariki te aru he maua nui o puke he kohu hei. Te rāno hoki ka whakahoki atu rā ki te wakatapu o tāki tumu, o tamatea ariki nui, ko tōna moko puna tamatea pōkai whenua, pōkai mōna, tēnei waiata e pepe hātia nei. Nō reira, tēnei rā e mihi ana kia rātou ko e whetūrangi tia. Hoki pene mai ana kia tātou e pai nei ki raro te tunu i tēnei whare, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kua mutu I nai nei te taha o ngā kākā nui a tāne tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. Ngā kai kōrero o te rangi nei. Tuatahi me mihi au ki a koe te kai whakarite o te rā. Kevin, he mahi nunui te mahi huakina I ngā tatau ki Waitangi reia. Tēnā koe o tira, tēnā koutou katoa. E te iwi e whakaronga mai nei tēnā koutou, e ngā kai kreme me ngā kānohi o te kraune I mui a mātou, tēnā koutou. No mātou te mārengi nui ki te tuku kupu whakatau ki a koutou, tēnā koutou nau mai, uru mai ki te rōpu, ki te tari o te rōpu whakamana I te tiriti. Nā mātou te honore, nā te mea ko wātea koutou, I o koutou taima ki te haramai, tēnā koutou mō tēnā. E hea ana te tribunal ki te whakarongo ki a koutou, kreme mō ngā mahi a te kāwanatanga e pāna ki te paremata, mea ana whakaritenga katoa. E pāna ki ngā tuapapa katoa o aua kreme. Engari, ko te mea tuatahi pātai tā mātou, he aha ngā tikanga Māori me ngā whakaritenga ki tōa ke whakaro e tāpere ana ki ngā kreme. He mea nui ki te whakamāramatia ēnā e koutou mō ngā rangahau ripota kei te haramai. Nā reira, tukuna mai o koutou whakaro, he wānanga tēnei, aha ko te ruma nei, he wānanga tēnei, nō reira kia kaha ki te kōrero. Well, welcome everybody, those online and those here today. We're looking forward to hearing from all of you regarding the themes relevant to our inquiry. But we also need to hear what you have to say regarding the tikanga associated with those claims, because we need to understand how, in Te Ao Māori terms, there's some joining together of what the Crown values are associated with constitutionality and what Māori values are, and where they differ, we need to understand where they differ and why. We also need to understand what the nature of the system was that people say has been breached by the various statutes and policies and conventions associated with the Constitution of New Zealand in order for us to be able to understand what it is that the claims are all about. So this is a wānanga. You may use both languages, te reo Māori, Paiake, te reo Pākehā, Paiake. For those who don't understand te reo Māori, there is, with Alan Doyle, little black boxes at the back of the room, which you can pick up and use. And ko tai mai te reanga o te kohanga reo, I konei. Nā reira, ka rere haere te reo pēr I tēnei wānanga. So please make sure you get a box, because we've got people here who are fluent in te reo Māori who will use that language as their first language. We are trying to seek consensus here about the way forward for these claims. It is an evidential wānanga as much as it's about getting to the nako or the heart of each claim. So we're reporting on what the content of these wānanga produce, and that report will follow the last of the wānanga, which we will hold in Waitangi. This is the third wānanga, and it's a very important one. We had hoped to go to Kahungunu for this wānanga, but there weren't enough claimants to justify the expense of going there. I hope you don't mind, but you've come to us, and we're so grateful that some of you have been able to make it today. So I just want to take time to introduce our panel. We have Pru Kapua, who is Te Arawa, here listening to the claim. We've got Dr. Grant Phillipson, who's the longest serving tribunal panel member, both as a tribunal member and before then as Chief Historian of the Waitangi Tribunal. Then we have Dr. Monty Suter, Ngāti Porou, Ngāti Awa. Kevin Prime, Mr. Kevin Prime, Ngāti Hine. Professor, Emeritus Professor David Williams, a constitutional expert, and Mr. Derek Fox, who's a well-known broadcaster in Te Ao Māori. And myself, I'm Chief Judge Karen Fox. So that's our panel. We also have a large number of staff supporting today. We've got Kyra Makiso, who's our senior facilitator. She just put her hand up. Heavenly Lei Teofilo, who's our claims coordinator. Anything that you want to file today, you give to Heavenly. Natalia Holmes, who's our legal registrar and advisor. And Stacey Fraser, who's part of the report writing team. So those are our staff members here today assisting. Then we have one of the best interpreters in New Zealand, Paiheke Magavi, sitting in the box, who'll act as the translator for those of you who need it. And then we have Mr. Alan Doyle, our technician. So that's our team today. And I'm very pleased you're all here. And I'm now going to pass it over to Mr. Derek Fox. Nā te mea he tangata tūturu ia ki te kōrero Māori. Nā reira, hara mai, Mr. Fox, ko ie te kaiwhakahaere o te rānei.
Tēnā tātou. Tēnā tātou kei te tautoko au i ngā mihi o te mihi. Ngā mea kia rātou mā ko weha tu ki te pō, me tātou te hungora kei konei te rānei. Kei te tahi mihi kei te tuku au ki tētahi o rātou I hinga I ngā rā tata ki muri a rā ko Tāmati Cairns. Nā te mea I haere tahi māu ki te kuro o tīpene. Ko e te tahi wako hoa no reira. Kei te mihi kia e. Haere te whakahihi te kōrero mo e tahi atu engari kāre kore ka rongo mātou I a koutou e kōrero ana. Me ōna whakaaro ka puta mai. No reira tēnā tātou katoa hurino I tō tātou whare. I'm going to invite people to come up, make their presentation, and after they've done that, after you've done it, I'll invite the tribunal to see if there are matters they want to follow up on with questions to each of you, and then there'll be an opportunity for other people to put questions as well. You know, there's a GMT, it's supposed to be Gisborne Māori time, but we're not working on that around here today. We're going to be trying to keep things running along as they should do. So please, we want you to come up. It is a wānanga. Come up and present your thoughts on the kaupapa, and we'll give others a chance to do so as well. Nō reira. The first group, it's Matthew Maloney and Hori Reti on behalf of Tāmati Cairns, and then your Ropu, if you would come on up and decide who's going to speak, when and where, and we'll go from there. So, kia ora tātou.
Akati tēnā rau atu tātou katoa. He whakamārama paku tāku, ko tahi noi ho te meniti. Tēnā tātou, ko te roia mo te karauna kua puta mai nei tēnei, mo te tima o te karauna kua puta mai nei tēnei rangi. Kei konei e tahi tāngata, kei konei hei āwhina i a koutou, mo te utsu, mo tō koutou harenga mai ki konei, tō noho a mōtera, a hōtera rānei, mo tēnei hui. Nā reira, kōrero atu ki a rātou mō tēnā take. Tēnā tātou. My name's Andrew Irwin, the Crown's lawyer, and I just wanted to give a very quick news flash that we have some people here to help with the cost of coming to these hui, the cost of travel and the cost of accommodation. And I think Zara is here. Zara, could you stand up? And is there somebody else with Zara and Joe? And Zara and Joe can help you. The ministry can help with your costs of travel and accommodation. They'll be here today, and they'll also be in the whare te ruma kai during the breaks. Koina nui ho taku newsflash. Kia ora.
Ware au, ki te tūkoe ki te kōrero māhau, e whakamara mai, ko wai koe ko wai tō rōpū, ke mara mai i te hopu i kāmihini nei.
A tēnā tātou, a ko hoririti tēnei tuake nei, no te whanganui a orotu, Ngāti Kahungunu, nō reira, ai tēnā tātou. He timatatanga ma maua nei, ka hoki nei ki te horokohanga mai o te whanganui a orotu. Tō inui takai, tangoro i te rupetu rua mano tūtara kauika tū e he ngauri. Ngaru whakapiki, ngaru whakapuke, rua taitei nunui, rua taitei roa. Ngā rangitata te kāhui ki waho, pānia o te moana. Nā pānia ko more, ko maha ki a tonga, ko hine wawau, ko tūnui a rangi, me hene tū. Ka pei atu rā kia māhu tapu anui, hānui, hāroa, hāpauri, hāpokere, haumai tawhiti. Te orotu. Nā i tuku te mana ki tōna tama, a whatu māmoa. Ka tau ki reira. A peka atu rā kia toi te huatahi toi kai rākau. Ka heke mai kia awa nui aringi, awa tope. Ki tōna tama, ia te ko aupari. Heke iho mai rā, heke iho mai rā, heke iho mai rā ki te tasujok mai o te wakatapu o tāki tunu. Ko tama te āriki nui, ko rongo kako, ko tama te ure haia pōkai whenua, pōkai moana. Kapata mai rā ko kahungunu. Nā kahungunu ko rākai hukurua. Ko te hononga ki te iwi take o te whanganui a orotu, tōna tama a taraia. Koe rā, ngā whakapapa, ngā tātai whakapapa o ngā marae, o ngā hapu katoa, o te rohe, o te whanganui a orotu. Nō reira nō rātou, tō māua nei kiripango. Nō rātou ngā marae o te taiwhenua o te whakanui a rotu. Nō reira, kai aku nui ka okurahi. Ko i rā, te hononga, te tuā kiritanga. O tēnei rōpu, E whakaatu mai nā tēnei kokoraho, tēnei kremi ki mua I toko tōni arwaro. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, ha tēnā koutou, huri noa tō tātou whare tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā koe, tēnā tātou, e te whānau kei te tautoko au I ngā mihi, kua mihia, nō reira, ko wai au, ko o tātara te maunga, ko tūtai kuri te awa, ko waiohiki te marae, ko Ngāti Pārau te hapu, ko Tāreha te moana nui te tangata, ko Ngāti Kaunganui te iwi ko Tākitimu te waka, ko Matt Mulaney tōku ingoa, ko au te tumu whakarai o te tai whenua o te whanganui a rotu. Good morning everyone. Ta Uncle Derek, thank you for your acknowledgement of Matua Tāmati and his contribution to the work of the tribunal, Te Kahungunu and many other iwi, to our panel members, to Chief Judge Karen Fox. I want to acknowledge your work in Te Whanganui Arotu and the work that you have done for our people over many years. To the tribunal members, many of which who were also present at the Ahuriri Hapu mandate, urgency, thank you for your contribution. In terms of my presentation, our presentation this morning, is it up on the screen? Okay, ka pai. In terms of our presentation this morning, just a little bit of background. So it explores the background and context to the Y3751 claim led by Māori leaders, particularly Hori Reti, Chair of Te Tai Whenua Te Whanganui Arotu, Matua Tāmati Cairns, Shane Walker, myself, on behalf of our hapu, our marae and our whānau. It sets out our statement of position on principles of constitutionalism to help inform the inquiry going forward. Ka pai, tēnā koe. Next slide. So, in terms of the background to the claim arises from the Napier City Council's refusal to establish a unilateral decision not to consult to establish Māori wards for the 2022 local elections, despite law changes that made such wards easier to establish. The decision reflects wider systemic issues regarding Māori representation in local government and the Crown's treaty obligations. Ka pai. So just for a little bit of background and context, in 2021, law changes removed the ability for ratepayer polls to veto Māori wards. Councils had until 21 May 2021 to decide on Māori wards for the 2022 elections. 32 councils established Māori wards, 5 councils, including Napier, did not. The claim alleges the Crown breached its treaty obligations under the Local Government Act, the Local Electoral Act and the 2021 Amendment Act. As is well known here, Māori remains significantly underrepresented in local government decision making, affecting the ability to exercise tino rangatiratanga. And if I just provide a little bit of context to this claim, when the government indicated the law change, they consulted councils, and after the councils were notified of the proposed law changes, they set to consult with our people. And at that hui, it was made very clear from the perspective of our people that they desired to consult the community in relation to the establishment of Māori wards for the 2022 elections. The council's response to the wishes of mana whenua were that based on an insufficient time frame and political expediency that they were not consulting on on Māori wards for the 2022 elections. When Mana Whenua queried the position and sought clarification on the Council's treaty obligations in relation to consultation on Māori wards with the community, it forced the Council to make a public declaration on the Council's position in relation to its treaty obligations. And this photo and this article is a talking point from Hawke's Bay today. It's written by the Mayor, Kirsten Wise, outlining her position on consultation for Māori wards and more specifically the treaty obligations of the Napier City Council and local government more broadly. I just want to take the next slide. And here were the words that were quite pertinent and received quite a strong response from our people. I'll read them. The LGA itself does not require authorities to take account or give effect to the principles of the treaty. Accordingly, provided the Council complies with the relevant LGA provisions, it will satisfy any treaty participation protection partnership obligations to Mana Whenua. Setting aside our legal obligations, whether they be under the treaty or the LGA, I personally was elected on a mandate of leading an open and transparent council that will listen to our community and ensure you are an integral part of our decision making, that your voices are heard. But of course the irony in that is that they refuse to consult. So this brings us, and later, this brings us to the questions of our obligations under the Treaty of Waitangi. The Council is not the Crown. Strictly speaking, treaty-related obligation and the treaty principles apply to the Crown and not other parties, including the Council, unless legislation provides otherwise. In a nutshell, we were gutted that she'd publicly declared that. She used the legislation as a scapegoat and effectively, from our position, broke the spirit of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So in a nutshell, that's our context. That was our reason, for bringing the claim that never again do we want any other rōpū, any other whānau or iwi to be treated in a similar manner, for councils and local government to use the legislation as a scapegoat to avoid their what we perceive as their responsibilities and their obligations to our people. Next slide. In the interests of time, I think we might go past this slide, but in context, in response to the unilateral decision to refuse to consult our people had a hikoi. For this, we gathered en masse in my time in Ahuriri. I've never seen a display of unity, not just from our people, tangata tiriti, and it was a real show of strength, to the council that we believe in the spirit of the treaty. We affirm our rights and interests in terms of who we are, and our generation is keen to continue the work of upholding Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Next slide. So the Y3751 claim concerns the legislative and policy arrangements for local government. Our claim is that these arrangements fail to afford Māori the central role they are guaranteed under the Treaty of Waitangi. Local governments currently operate without enforceable mandates to follow treaty obligations, unlike central government. There's no legal standard for partnership, no audits and no recourse when councils ignore the treaty. This loophole allows continual treaty breaches at the local level. The Local Government Act 2002 and other relevant legislation fails to place a positive obligation on local authorities to act in a manner consistent with and make decisions that give effect to treaty principles. This is despite the fact that the Crown has delegated key decision-making powers and functions to local authorities through the LGA and other related legislation. The LGA fails because treaty partnership is a much stronger concept than participation. Partnership under the treaty, underpinned by recognition of tino rangatiratanga, means at least joint decision-making between Crown and Māori agencies and groups, not mere contributions to or participation in decision-making. The legislation fails to protect Māori interests under the treaty because there are no monitoring, governing mechanisms in place for the Crown to actively monitor and measure a local authority's performance in relation to the Crown's treaty obligations, and the legislation fails to ensure there is fair and effective Māori representation on local authorities. Next slide. So, in practice, Napier's actions, the Napier City Council's actions bypassed treaty values. They didn't consult meaningfully, chose unilateral decision-making and ignored partnership exactly because there were no consequences to deter them, in our view. Next slide. It is in the context of local government and local government reform that we have considered the notion of Māori principles of constitutionalism. Because when these principles are not upheld or applied at a local government level, the result isn't theoretical harm, it directly affects Māori communities. And if there's any point that I'd like to make in this presentation, it is this, that to us, to our people in Ahuriri, these constitutional principles are not some amorphous, abstract, esoteric consideration. These principles directly affect and impact our whānau, our decision-making rights in relation to whenua, wai, taonga. So, we're ages away from Wellington. In so many ways, local government and the decisions made at that level impact, our whānau the hardest. In terms of every decision on resource use, infrastructure or cultural matters proceeds, without Māori leadership, and that's a breach of rangatiratanga and it hurts our future. Broadly, we consider the following principles relevant to the inquiry in the Y 3051 claim: tino rangatiratanga, mana motuhake, tikanga, mātauranga, kāwanatanga. Next. When the Crown signed Te Tiriti, it guaranteed to the chiefs and tribes of Aotearoa that they would retain full exclusive and undisturbed possession, translated in the Māori text as tino rangatiratanga, over their estates, forests, fisheries and other properties, translated as o rātou whenua, o rātou kāinga, me o rātou taonga katoa, for so long as it is their desire to retain the same in their possession. Although rangatiratanga is referenced in the treaty, the terms of the treaty are clear. Rangatiratanga was not created by it. Instead, the Crown acknowledges through the treaty that rangatiratanga is vested in the chiefs and tribes. What the treaty does, therefore, is affirm the existence of rangatiratanga and promises to protect it. In a basic sense, rangatiratanga refers to the exercise of chiefly authority. However, this definition does not take us very far because it does not take the further step of describing, in practical terms, the rights to accrue to those that hold rangatiratanga and the obligations that accompany those rights. The rights and obligations of rangatiratanga are best understood by reference to tikanga. Rangatiratanga embodies notions of mana, which itself refers to the exercise of authority, influence and control. This authority attaches to both a resource and the people accessing and using the resource. The holder and of rangatiratanga therefore has the right to both continue to use and access the resource and influence how the resource is used. Alongside these rights is the obligation to care for the resource and to enable others to benefit from it. Next slide. Mana motuhake. There is considerable overlap between the concepts of mana motuhake and rangatiratanga. One way of thinking about it is that mana motuhake refers to the self-determination and autonomy or self-government in accordance with tino rangatiratanga. In our view, rangatiratanga and or mana motuhake operate as the hook for a broader discussion about Māori notions of constitutionality because they are the source of rights which empower hapu iwi to exercise their tikanga in a particular way, the practical incidences of rangatiratanga mana motuhake may manifest in different ways depending on the context. And to sort of explain in a practical way how that kind of manifests, at the moment we are developing a working relationship with the council via an MOU. And so the MOU sets out, our strategic priorities that are both in our mutual interests, and we are trying to co-invest, for outcomes that are in our shared interests. If we had much stronger legal protections that would help facilitate the relationship with the council, to at least get them to a position where if there is contention in the relationship, there is a way for us to hold them to account. Next slide. Tikanga. So rangatiratanga and tikanga interact. They are symbiotic concepts. The differentiation is that rangatiratanga can be described. The differentiation is that rangatiratanga can be described as the overarching organising concept, rather than a particular value such as kaitiakitanga or manakitanga, or other iwi concepts such as mana whakahaere. But when considering tikanga as a system of law, rangatiratanga organises that system by both defining its content and being defined by it. Tikanga, therefore, is both laws and values and underpins the expression and exercise of rangatiratanga. The authority that vests in rangatira derives from whakapapa, which connects individuals to one another and to their atua, take tipuna. Further rights have their source in take, which may occur, for example, through discovery, take kitia, conquest, take raupatu, gift, including through marriage, take tukuiho, exchange, take hoko, and which are embedded through continuous occupation, ahi kāroa. Finally, tikanga, even within an iwi hapu context, is able to evolve to meet new or changed circumstances. That does not mean that tikanga generally or rangatiratanga are amorphous and incapable of definition. The evolution of tikanga is not random or unprincipled. Evolution occurs within a framework of custom and whakapapa. There are validating systems used to ensure that there is precedent for behaviour rooted in custom. These may vary to some extent between iwi and hapu. Mātauranga. Broadly speaking, mātauranga encompasses the body of knowledge, experiences, values and philosophy of Māori, including traditional and contemporary knowledge, language, practices and culture. It is holistic, dynamic and a continually evolving knowledge system involving generational observations and experiences. We consider mātauranga as an integral thread in conceptualising Māori notions of constitutionality, because weaving Māori knowledge systems, mātauranga, into Aotearoa's constitutional framework goes hand in hand with recognising Māori perspectives, values in legal and political processes. And just our last principle, kāwanatanga. In a post-treaty context, and as the tribunal has found many times, the treaty allowed the Crown to exercise kāwanatanga whilst protecting the right of Māori to exercise tino rangatiratanga. In contemporary constitutional thought, kāwanatanga is a key constitutional principle as it represents a key intersection between the Crown and Māori guaranteed under the treaty, i.e. rangatiratanga must be exercised alongside the Crown's exercise of kāwanatanga. However, the Crown and hapu iwi must work together in good faith to establish the appropriate balance between rangatiratanga and kāwanatanga. And just in conclusion, obviously we know that this is self-evident. It's not a historical footnote. It's an active covenant, which we in Ahuriri are living every day. This claim isn't just about Ahuriri, it's a model for equity across Aotearoa. It demands accountability, partnership, and a shared future based on mutual respect. Kia ora tātou.
Ana I te aratika mō tātou katoa tangi a te ruru kei te hoki mai e
e whakawhero i te pū tahitanga. Nā kunei ra koe i tuku kia haere. Te rapuriti ai ho, nui rawa te aroha e. Te hoki ngā mai, tēnā koutou. Tangi ana te ngako, i te aroha. Tūtonu rā te mana, te ihi o ngā tipuna, kua wehia atu rā. Mauria mahiha, te mauhiha tangata. He oranga mo te morehu, tangi mo kainei. E rapu ana i te aratika, mō tātou katoa. E rapu ana i te aratika, mō tātou katoa. Tū tangata tonu.
Nō reira mai i a paritū ki tūraki rai. Te mana o ngā tika hongunu, e mihi ana ki te wharene, e mihi ana ki te puarini. Koutou e whakalongo mai ki te ngakau o te whanganui a rotu. Tēnā koutou, huri no te wharene, e te pāpā. Ka hongunu, tēnā koe, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kāti, tēnā rawa tu kōrua i whakamārama mai ngā kōrero. Ko tēnei me te tikanga, he rere kē ki tēnā iwi, me ka whakatō te tikanga ki roto i te kaupapa ture, no wai taua tikanga. I'm just thinking about inserting tikanga into the Constitution, and the whole idea that if you move between iwi, tikanga differs. So whose tikanga are you referring to, or how do you manage that?
Kai taia tātou te tini hia tō tātou nei whakapapa ne. Engari, ko te tireo hia ki tō tātou nei whakapapa ka tai e koe, te tiro mai i o kanuhi, i o mata, ki tōku whakapapa. Ko tō tikanga tērā. Koe rā anō, tō kitinga ki atikanga mai, ki tōku ake whakapapa, engari kāri tai e koe te tini. Ko te tikanga ka noho, motu hake ki roto ki tēnā iwi. Engari ka rongo au ki te wero kia uru atu tēnei mea ko te tikanga ki roto i tēnei Constitution. Kaupapa here. So I think we understand that the tikanga of every iwi is there meant to And it isn't for the Constitution to decide that. And I think that that's where it needs to stay. It needs to stay in that space of that iwi, their hapu, their marae, they determine the tikanga for themselves from their own views. They are the ones who determine tikanga for them. Like I said in my kōrero, you can't change my whakapapa. But your view from your eyes into my whakapapa is your tikanga, the way you perceive it to be. But it won't change inside of me. So I think that is where you need to put this Constitution, is in that space of the Constitution is going to determine what tikanga is for you, and for me. We will determine what that looks like. Koira taku utu ki tō pātai.
Ka pai. Kia ora whakaroa.
Achu. Any other?
Tēnā, kōrua, nā mimi o te wā ki a koroa, ki a koutou katoa, ko raru I Winamua hau. We've corresponded, Matthew, I think, a few times, and I've never met you. So, kānahi ki kānahi I nāianei. So thank you for that presentation, which relates to the previous rounds of local government elections. Now, this year, there is another local election round, and all of the councils that had Māori wards are required by the government legislation to have another referendum on the continuation of those wards. In the past, that almost always meant that the Pākehā majority voted it out. There's some indications that may not be so this time in some districts. But what about Napier? So given that you didn't have a Māori ward, has there been any procedure to put that on the ballot this year? What is the actual situation in Napier for this 2025 local body election, please?
Thank you, Matua. Thank you for your pātai. Probably answer it at a couple of different levels. The council at a later time after the deadline had passed voted to establish Māori wards for the 2025 elections. And I get the sense that they did that in response to the perspectives of the community, and I think in reflection of their role in relation to Te Tiriti, and I welcome that. I want to acknowledge that step in the right direction. I think in response to your pātai, at one level, I think, our community, by establishing Māori wards for the 2025 elections, has made a step in the right direction. There's a couple of different factors. It's an election year, and the mayor, who has been supportive, once Māori wards were established, of working with our people. She's up for election, and there is quite strong anti-Māori sentiment and anti-Te Tiriti sentiment, certainly from parts of Napier. That does concern us. We also know that in our local context, there are two Libertarian candidates, both of whom have declared very publicly that their stances on Te Tiriti or Waitangi, and I think that it comes back to what we aspire to, what we desire, which is legislative protections for the treaty partnership, so that our people can get on and do the business that we need to make decisions that are in the best interests of our mokopuna, on the things that I talked about, our whenua, our wai and our taonga. It's a very complicated space. There are many different factors, but we're very clear-eyed about our vision for our mokopuna. We're absolutely focused on uplifting their well-being, prosperity and resilience, and we just want to work with the council to be able to achieve that. And that's why we think that these principles are the most pertinent in this particular context. Sorry, if I could just make one more point, which I think is pertinent to this overall discussion. Where the Crown has delegated its powers and authorities, we think that it has an obligation to monitor and measure the performance of local government against Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And I think that's one of the big things that really concerns us at this point in time, is that is not happening. The seam, it would seem the seam between central government and local government is not as established or as organised as it should be, and that's having real consequences for the treaty relationship for us on the ground. So I just really want to re-emphasise that we hope through this inquiry that it'll bring more attention and more enlightenment to this discussion, so that ultimately, as part of kāwanatanga, the apparatus of the state, it can organise and manoeuvre itself in a way that works towards partnership with our people. Kia ora tātou.
Mōrena, kia ora mai rā tātou. Ko teina taku inua. Ko te ringa teina Boasadin, tēnā inua tūturu Māori ne. Kei te mihi ake anu hoki kia tātou. Tuatahi tonu ake, ko te huri atu anu hoki. I te tuku i te mihi whakaharahara anu ki te ringa tuku i te kupu tapu ki aia i te wāhi ngaro. Tēnā anu hoki koe te pāpā. Ko te whakatau mai anu hoki i a tātou, me o tātou wairua e noho Māori tau katoa i tātou. Kātahi. Kārua, ko te mihi ake anu hoki ki te paitapu o te Tribunal o Waitangi. Ko te kai kōrero whakatau mai a tātou ki roto i tō tātou whare. Kātoru. Ko nā waha kōrero kua tohua hei tāngata, hei huna tū mai ki te whakatakoto me te hora anu hoki, ai te hohunutana o te whakaaro o te whānuitanga anu hoki o te wairua. A tēnei te mihi kau atu anu hoki ki te kaupapa. Te kaupapa i karangatia i tēnei rā. Kia ora tātou nā wai tapu o Nehera. Kia ora mai rā tātou nā iho o nā whai manakotana ao tātou mātua tīpuna. Kia ora mai rā tātou i runa no hoki. I nā mate o tēnā o tātou, kua taupai atu ki te wharau. Tēnā mai anō tātou. Tātou katoa i hara mai i tua whakarere. He huri ake anō hoki au ki te mihi anō i o tātou iwi whānau hapu katoa atu. Ahau no roto katoa mai ahau i te manawa o te ika koira te karanga mai a tōku rahi me tōku iti. No te manawa o te ika no roto i te urewera, he nai tūhoi anō hoki te taha ki taku uwha, ko taku māma, hoi anō, tai ho ake rā, ko Ko te ure tārewa, nō runa ke mai katoa noku i taku pāpai te mau tere o tahi tinui. Tēnei te mihi kau atu ki o tātou mātāmua. Nō runa mai anō ki taku pāpai tipua ke anō ki taku pāpai i runa i te mau tere o rarotonga, o ātiu, o mitiaro. Kia ora nā tātou katoa toa. Ko te hia hoki nōku kia haere hāngai tonu ana hoki ki wētahi wā tātou tikana ko te kawa. Tēnei mea te kupu ko tika toa ia tātou te whiu haere i roto i ngā tau, nā te kautau, te kotahi rautau, te rua rautau. Ko te Constitution, ua rawa atua noki wā tātou kuhu haere atu ki roto i tēnei whakawhitiwhiti kōrero. I nā noho ai tātou ki te wewete i te kupu Pākehā. He ua. Ki hea tātou kimi haere ai te wāhi waina nui. Mauri tau ai ki roto i a tātou te Māori ko te tikanga ake anu hoki o te kupu Pākehā ki tā te kupu Māori. Nō reira ko te Constitution te kupu i te whakakehua mai waku mahara i te pō. Taua kupu tonu, neha. Nō hea taua kupu, hea te whakapapa rangātu o tēnā kupu tonu. A kare o ke kore kua hoki tonu atu no tātou te kimi haere i roto te papa kupu a te Pākehā, tōna tikana. Nō reira, hairuna anu hoki i tērā kua hia katoa atau te hoki atu anu hoki ki nā pai, nā maharatana nui au tātou mātua tīpuna o tātou kuia kuraua. Hea wētahi o a rātau tohu mai a tātou nā mātāpono mātāmua tonu. Anei tētahi. Ko tā te Māori ao, he pōhiri tātou i te pai ki roto i a tātou. Tahi tonu atu, Nō reira he pōhiri te pai ki roto i a tātou tēnā tikana. Tuarua, ko te kaupare i te kino ki waho. Māmā noi, Wē nā tikana wē rā ture tonu. He kaupare i te kino ki waho atu i a tātou. Koe rā te mahi a te tikanga. Koe nā te mahi a te kawa. Tuatoru. Kai te maumara tonu atu ko hoki whakamuri atu anuki waku mahara ki nā tohutau waku kui o kuraua mō tēnei tuahua tana matua tonu atu ko te whakakotahi mai tātou i a tātou. Whānau hapu iwi. Kai a koe tonu tō iwi, tōku iwi, tēnā hapu, tēnā whānau, te āhuatanga o tō whakakotahi. Kāre rite tonu. Kāre rite tonu. Hea hai hoki nā te mea, kai te rereke katoa atu te āhuatanga noho a tēnā, iwi a tēnā hapu, a tēnā whānau. Hea hai hoki, i te mea i mua no atu i te kuhu mai o te Pākehā ki te wewete i a tātou. Anā kua kuhu mai anō ki he ngārara, he taniwha ki roto i a tātou katoa. Hea ha tēnā taniwha ko te whakapākehā i a tātou. Me hāngai pūtonu anō ki te pono o te kōrero ki te rai o te tangata. Kai te whawhai, kai te pakanga katoa atu, nā iwi, nā hapu, nā whānau katoa atu, huri noa i te o tō tātou motu a tāhua. Hea hako ia te tahi o nā pakanga, kai te pakanga tātou tuatahi, ko te hoki whakaroto mai ki roto i a tātou, me te pono ki a koe tonu anō, he Pākehā tana, kai te haruru i roto i o tātou iwi katoa. Me pēhea taku kaupare atu i tēnā kiwaho. Ārā nei, me pēhea taku whakahoahoa, me he mea koe kai te hia whai tēnā ara, te wahuarahi. Ārā nei, me pēhea taku tahuri. Kia hoki tūturu mai anō, hoki kia hau anō. Māori tūturu tonu nei. Koe rawe, tahi no rere e whārawa we nā mātapono ao tātou kuia kuraua. Kaupare hi atu te kino ki waho. Wete kine atu anu hoki nā kino ki waho. Tuarua, pōhiri te atu ko nā mea papai katoa. Pēnā he pai mo te Māori, he pai mo te katoa. Mo Aotearoa katoa. Ko te whakakotahi mai a tātou, anei te mea mātāmua o we nā mātāpono tua whā katoa, ko te mea tua whā nei, ko tēnei. Ko ko te whakatata atu anu hoki i a koe, i a hau, i a tātou katoa ki te wāhi ngaro. E whāwe nā mātapo māmā noe ho, ko whakarere i ho mai ki a tātou e o tātou tīpuna. Ko te whakatata atu anu ki i a koe ki te wāhi ngaro. Nō reira, e kine pēr, ko te tikana i roto i we nā tohu kai te ki a tāua, kai te ki ake anu hoki ki a tāua, e whārawa o tātou tinana. Ko te tinana kiko totone, ko te tinana o tō hingenaro, ko te tinana o tō ngākau, ko te tinana mātāmua ka meha katoa atu, ko te tinana o tō wairua. E whāwe nā tinana. Karau mōhio mō wō pākeke, engari ai ki te kōrero a wōku pākeke, ko te tinana kiko totone, ko ia te teina. Ko i raka te teina o nā tinana katoa atu. Nō reira, ko taku pātai ki tēnei āhuatana te tikana o te kupu o te Constitution, me pēhea hoki e uru mai ai, we nā tinana katoa atu ki roto i tētahi whakāturana a ture nei wera whai manako katoa. Nā tinana katoa, e tinana katoa mai ai tēnā ture. Ki roto i a tātou. Aotearoa whānui. Wera pātai. Ko te nui rawa ku kōrero he pātai ke. Ai kai mā te hine raro hei whakakori anu hoki o tātou na whakaaro. Neha. Constitution. So, really, going directly to the crux of the matter around Constitution, I've really taken the liberty to want to understand what the word Constitution might mean for each of us in this room today. Whether or not Constitution, when we look it up in the dictionary, the Oxford Dictionary, it tells us that it refers to form and shape and texture and rhythm. It also is a set of rules that might govern and provide some leadership and some guidance for nation states. Constitution, that's the word Constitution. That's a definition. So it's absolutely pivotal, and I'm no lawyer by any measure, but I'm absolutely convinced today, and I have been for the last few decades, that definition and interpretation of words is absolutely where everything stops and starts. So I don't think it's certainly not a delay of energy that we might also take a closer look of what we understand the use of these Pākehā words to be that come from a Westminster system and a mentality and epistemology. I think it's absolutely imperative. So that in conjunction with tikanga and kawa. Tikanga and kawa, I think, is two of the most dynamic and exciting spaces in Māoridom today. Always has been. Because by my estimation and by the oral submissions of many of my people, tikanga and kawa is about pro-life. Tikanga and kawa is the guarantee that we are inextricably connected to the divine space. That we are also supported, that the divine space is supported by a rich and deep plethora of Māori narrative, pūrākau te pūkōrero. Ara atu anō ki tētahi, i nā hanga i te kōrero atu anō ki tātou, ki te titiro i te mahi a hine tītama, e rua nā manawa ora o hine tītama, neha, ko te ā me te o. E ai ki taku iwi. I ora kato mai an hoki aia. So hine tītama, she was fashioned, and then of course she was provided and gifted with two breaths of life, known as te manawa ora. One was known as te o, the other one was known as te a. She was given a certain kind of constitution. She was provided with a life-sustaining breath. That was a provision for the promised sustainability of all human beings and all non-human entities. Tikanga and Kawa promises us a never-ending sense of immortality. It provides us with a sense of immortality. Maori, as some of the principles that uphold and platform and give strength and framework to tikanga and kawa. Principles like Maori mana, these have been used quite loosely, I believe, over the different decades in Aotearoa, New Zealand, including in the legislative arena. So I think tikanga and kawa, if we were to speak as Māori around what our first legal standpoint and sense of natural law was, it was our inextricable connection as Māori people to nature. That was our first legal principle. We started to separate from that quite eagerly and ferociously over the last couple of centuries. Something that I refer to as eco-apartheid. We decided as Indigenous peoples and tangata whenua that our tangata whenua title and status had taken a turn, and that we were much greater and much more intellectual than nature. So we separated ourselves. We made all sorts of efforts and endeavours to separate ourselves from nature, nature being the source of our first legal principle. We've only just really in the recent 70 or 80 years decided that the constitution of nature is in fact reliable, it's valid, it's legitimate. It provides us with a sense of safety and security. It provides us with promises of mana motuhake. Mana motuhake, from my understanding as I've traversed some of those aspects inside my own people, mana motuhake is something that is enjoyed at a collective hapu level. Some people use the word iwi to describe that, the collection of hapu. Mana motuhake is enjoyed because at an iwi level, between iwi, we are motuhake, we are separate and distinct. And we enjoy a distinct authority, hence the word mana at the front end of mana motuhake. We enjoy mana motuhake because it becomes elevated at a collective level that some of us refer to as iwi. When we engage with other iwi, we engage because we all enjoy a sense of mana motuhake. We have a distinct mana and authority that is peculiar and diverse, and not a sameness. We're not homogeneous, you know, we're not pulled all into the same, we don't wear the same size clothes, so to speak, but we enjoy the commonality of some comfortable and warm clothing. Mana motuhake allows us to engage in meaningful ways at that level. We don't refer to mana motuhake as something that being the precinct of a hapu, because hapu are deeply connected by common whakapapa, so we are not distinct and separate from each other. That's one definition and interpretation that I think deserves great discussion and debate amongst iwi. Mana motuhake pre-existed the arrival of Europeans to this country. It also provided with the advocates and the membership of such iwi who uplift and elevate mana motuhake. It provides them with a sense of freedom and liberty. Mana motuhake states, from my point of view as a Tūhoe woman, it says that I was born a free woman. I was born without constraint and here. I was born inside the legal principles of my relationship, first and foremost, as a mātāmua relationship with my forest, with my waterways, with my mountains. And that is the first relationship that I would seek to defend. Mana motuhake is something that was promised to me as a primordial form of existence with my forests and my mountains, with the natural environment. It placed dual obligation on me as well. I have obligations. I can't access my entitlements until I have sufficiently been judged and assessed by my people as having fulfilled my obligations. My principal obligations also to protect the forest, to protect the mountains, to protect the waterways. These are the legal engagements, the legal agreements and arrangements between myself and my natural environment, i taku kaina, i taku hapu, i taku iwi. As I said earlier, as a Tūhoe woman, I have a deep ideological understanding that I was born a free woman, that I did not volunteer for slavery into the tikanga and the kawa of another people that is foreign to me. My primordial instinct tells me that I have a blueprint from my ancestral history that tells me that my ancestors believed in pro-life. They activated and practically carried out life-sustaining practices, whether you were a human or a non-human entity. That my disconnection was probably one of the worst kinds of dispositions that I could possibly experience as a Tūhoe woman, is being disconnected. I wanted to enter into a little bit of a discussion with you around immortality. That if indeed a form of constitution in this country was to provide me with a promise of immortality, then surely it would have somewhere in a section of that constitution that it allows me to experience a sense of wairua. Taha wairua doesn't become subtracted from that document and from that record. Otherwise, it completely disenfranchises me of an ongoing life of immortality. Wairua is the aspect in Māoridom that promises us all immortality, is wairua. Mana, the concept of mana is an external power and authority. It's a positive one. It's an external ability to be positively influential. It also is underpinned with principles of life-sustaining resilience and trajectories. Māori is often referred to quite loosely, I think, as life force. I think that's probably a 70s, 80s definition of it. Long overdue for an overhaul. But my estimation of Māori today is that Māori provides us with a sense of purpose in life. That Māori is a moral compass. That is our moral compass, Māori. That when you have exercised a sense of mana which you enjoy and you seem to have deviated from something that is a positive expression of mana, because we can also have a negative and abusive sense of mana. We can abuse mana. Our Māori taps us on the shoulder and says, not that way, this way. That is our moral compass. And we only have a well-intact, I think, and a well-constituted moral compass when we know that we have ingested the knowledge, the principles and the teachings of our tipuna adequately. They have been ingested, they have reached our puku. Ara te kōrero o tātou tipuna mātua kuia kuru, ko tika toana ia koe te whāngai tōiwi. Te whāngai anō ia koe ki te kai māro, ki te kai tika, ki te pono te tika me te māramatanga. Ko heke tēnā kai ki tō puku, ko pia te whakawaho ko te māramatanga. So traversing the whole notion of constitution would necessarily need to take into account in a very serious way, I think, some of those underpinning ideas and principles that are deeply embedded in a Māori world view and position on tikanga and kawa. And there's not one tikanga or one kawa. There's not one kawa. There's a kawa on the marae, that's that kawa. There's a kawa that the forests enjoy, that's another kawa. There's a kawa that the insects enjoy, that's another kawa. There's the kawa that brings those things together with atua Māori. That's a separate kawa as well. But I think we will all agree that if we sat down as collective iwi, we will all agree on a common set of principles that underpin and start to signal and symbolise to us that the kawa is carrying a common set of principles that would support an understanding what a constitution i roto te ao Māori might look like. That might not be an adequate word, actually, constitution, at the end of the day. I don't think I've got anything further to say. That's pretty much what I could think about at 4 o'clock this morning, but it's about as much as I came to. I think the last thing that I'd like to add is that we are not an empty reservoir or repository of knowledge source around being able to reference adequately that some of these underpinning tikanga and kawa. They are well sourced, they are well embedded, they are well referenced inside many, many hundreds of different narratives that have been left to us to understand, to decode, our ability to decode those stories and be able to extrapolate from them the laws of our land, the laws in which we engage with each other. The laws, the legal principles, the first legal principles by which we take care of nature, and nature reciprocates that. We have an enormous plethora of, if you like, what I refer to as legal narrative. Legal narratives inside the repositories of our knowledge as a people that we may or we may not have given due attention to over the last few decades in order to dive deeply into them to understand how we may become a constituted people who are principled, who is concerned with the life-sustaining endeavours and efforts of our ancestors, and that that is the legacy that they leave with us. How we make that walk on the ground, how it makes a difference in our communities is not a difficult task to be able to work out from those narratives. All our narratives have deeply encoded, I think, practical ways, methods, techniques that are unique to us. And but I'm very clear I don't have time to go over those stories. I think they're enormously riveting stories when we do what I call a 701 analysis of those and not a 101, which is where we've been at as a country for the last 100 years or so. Nari, ko mutu atu kōrero I kona monāia nei, me he pātai wā koutou, kai konei ahau ki te, kai konei wētahi pia, ki te whakautu anu hoki o pātai. Thank you very much.
Tēnā koe e te tuakana, tēnā koe. He pātai tāku, ki te āta whakaaro koe mō te wao nui a tāne, hea te rerekētanga o whakaaro ki te kaitiakitanga, o he mea e rua.
Me mea tātou kai te kōrero mo te ngahere, mo te wao tapu nui a tāne, mo hine wao riki anu hoki. Ne. ia wāhana o tō tātou ao, he uwha kai te taha, he taha wahine, heira wahine anō hoki kai te taha. Nō reira, ko te kaitiakitana taua kupuna, ka re wōku mā hara, waku raruraru mo te whakamahi te kupu o te kaitiakitana. Ēnari, me marama kau atu anō ki tātou, he nui nā wāhanga i roto i tēnā tikanga o te kaitiakitana. He nui o nā wāhana. Nō reira, tēnā koe i te whakahua noa, koe i te kupu o te kaitiakitana, kei te wanau anoi ho koe haere ana. Ne, kai reira no hoe noho ana. Engari me kuhu hohunu atu koe ki roto, ki te kimi haere i tōna tikanga ake ki runa i te moana, te takutai moana, ki roto i ngā ngārara, ki roto i ngā rākau, ki roto i te rau o te ngahere, ki runa i ngā maunga, he nui tōna whakamahi, tō te kaitiakitana. Kaua rawa tātou e taka ki roto i te hapa, o te whakamahi, ko tahi te kupu mō nā mea katoa. Kāre e tika. Koe rata ku whakautu. Tēnā koe.
In your written brief, you referred to tikanga-based panels, and I just wondered what you were referring to when you said that.
I just could hardly remember my brief, but it was written so long ago. Well, there's probably an inadequate way to describe ara ko wō whānau, wō hapu, wō iwi, mara tau tonu. Kei te kōrero no hoau, tuatahi tonu atu mō tātou pākeke. Mō tātou pākeke kuia kuraua. Sometimes some of your most learned people in amongst your whānau hapu and iwi, they're not so old. You can get some extremely young but deeply wisdom endowed people. So panel is probably an inadequate word to describe that. The knowledge base of the local people is absolutely critical to understanding who your knowledge leaders are. And just on that point, also, I think is relevant to constitution. When the design, I would imagine the design of constitution, is your think leaders. Is the think leaders that I think some of what was eroded away the moment that te mana motuhake o tēnā iwi roto i Aotearoa was attacked and violently degraded. And, and I just use those words quite matter of fact at the moment because that's ultimately the fact of what occurred in our histories, is that it eroded, I think, some of the most priceless assets and taonga amongst us, not only being in the precinct of Wairua, but it was the ability to teach our mokopuna to think as iwi, to think as hapu, to think as great people in the political arena, to think epistemologically, to produce our own knowledge, and to be able to retain our own knowledge, to become the libraries of our own political consciousness. That's a different way of thinking. That's a different form of thought that belongs to that iwi, that iwi, that iwi.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And I just wondered, how do you see a tikanga-based constitution that you talked about very eloquently working in concert with Pākehā and that other side of the New Zealand public, which is going to have to be part of whatever polity is developed?
Well, I think constitutionally in the history of this country, I think that a combination and joint effort together is going to be fraught with difficulty and challenge. But that's what the journey is about, isn't it? I think if we don't meet those challenges and those contests, we will never know what it's going to shape up to be. So I think we just have to meet those head on. As a country, as a people.
Goodwill on both sides is essential, I think. Yeah.
I think good faith, goodwill, a willingness. I think, you know, really simple things like mutual respect. You know, a lot of what's not going on at the moment in this country. But I think, you know, some of the things that we know are fundamentally good human behaviour, sets boundaries for good human behaviour. Yeah. Despite what ethnic group you belong to. This is just really good human behaviour, fundamental human behaviours, our ability to sit at a table and be civil to one another, to be able to respect that what we might do together jointly as an endeavour benefits the entire country. It doesn't matter what people you come from. Tikanga Māori will deliver great life-sustaining things to all people.
Kia ora.
Akati, tēnā koe tūhoi pōtiki. Tēnā koe ngā mātāpono e whā I whakamāramatia mai nei e koe kaupare atu te kino ki waho, pōhiritia ngā mea pai katoa, ko te whakatata atu koe ki te wāhingaro, he te mea tua whā?
Ko te whakakotahi mai anō i a tātou.
O ngā wari ake te whai atu I ēnā mātāpono. Nā, I ki mai koe I whānau mai koe, he wahine here kore.
Ai.
Engari, ko te I tituru au ki te papa kupu, he te kupu Māori mo te Constitution, ko te kupu ko te kaupapa here, te kaupapa ture.
Ai.
Nā reire I whakai mai nā koutou o tūhoi, kia whakatakoto mai, he kaupapa here mā o te aro nei.
Karekau, e whakai ana mātou ki te kawa. Nā te mea ko te kawa, he tuku ia koe tēnā iwi, ki te whai I tāna huarahi. Kaua mo te here I o waiwai, I o ringaringa. Pe te here I tō hine naro. Kao, ko te kawa me te tikanga, I hara mai, I rani rao ko papa. Nō reira ko te wehe nukurangi, tēnā tikanga kawa, I wana nui te tokoruana, ko te whakawehe mai anō I a rāua kia wātea. Neha. Nō reira ko te kawa tēnā, ko te kawa arani rao ko papa tēnā, ka rere ke atu I o tātou hia, ke here kore tātou, I rota I o tātou nā iwi. Ki te whakatawa no hoki tātou, te tikana o te Constitution e ai ki tā te Pākehā, ti tiro ki te ao, kua here a tātou. Kua here a tātou. Ka reo te kite I te raru. O te whakauru atu anō hoki, pēnei I tēnā haere koe I te pānui anō I te tai o nā tauira o te ture, kua o te ture mai anō hoki. Te whakanoho I te kupu o te manamotu hake ki roto I te kreme a nai tūhoi. Kai reira, kai te wāhana te kaumā iwa o tana ture. Engari, ko te noho ake anō hoki o tōna te inua, te kupu o te manamotu hake ki roto I te ture o Aotearoa. Kai reira e noho ana. Ne. Engari, e hara tēnā I te here I te manamotu hake. Kao. E hara tēnā I te here. Ko te noho ki roto I te whare o te ture o Aotearoa, kia kore ai e rawe ke hia. Engari, ko te whakatinanatanga me te whakahikoitanga o te manamotu hake, kai roto I te kawa o te urewera e noho ana. Kai roto I te iwi tēnā. Kai roto I nā hapu tēnā. Ai, kāri I te mauri tau ki roto I nā hapu katoa, engari kai reira mātau tohe ana I tōna kaha, I o nā wherutanga, I o nā noikoretanga. Enari, no tēnā iwi, tōna mana ki te hoki whakaroto mai ki roto iaia, ki te kimi haere heahanga ngārara, kai te aukati anō hoki I taku noho here kore. Engari, ko te manamotu hake kai roto I te ture, ko te ture kai te noho te haumaru te manamotu hake, kai te tika tēnā, enari, e hara tēnā I te here I o waiwai. Kai roto, so the instruments are inside your iwi as to how you make that occur, how you provide, I think, a uniqueness and you elevate a natural instinct inside your own people to be able to activate and give a practical implementation to a principle like Te Mana Motuhake, which is now encapsulated in legislation for protection, not to lock down and shackle the heels of an iwi. Because really, I think the extrapolation and the deeper interpretation in terms of how you practically walk that out inside your iwi, that is the precinct of the iwi, and they have different instruments inside the iwi that's developed by the iwi. One of them we have two of them, one called the Tuhoia Chord and the other one is called the Te Kawa o Te Urewera. We're completely in control of that. Not everybody likes it inside Ngai Tūhoi, but we acknowledge that that is a journey that we will take as an iwi because we have chosen to do inner work as a people.
Ka rawe o kororo, I tipa ke koe I roto o Ngai Tūhoi, engari I puta atu koe ki waho ki te whare Wananga.
I te mea I te wā, I haere atu au ki te whare wāna I te waru, I roto I nā waru te kau. Nā te mea... ko tahi noi ho te toa I taku kāinga. Ko tahi noi ho taraiti I runa I te tiriti o taku kāinga, kāre he whare wānana o taku kāinga, haunga te ngahere, haunga te nahere. Enari, ko te tuku atua noku I mātou e tahi o nā moko puna o Ngai Tūhoi ki te whare wānana o Waikato, ko ira te whare wānana o ngā moko puna o Tūhoi I tōkuna wā, nā te me I reira o mātou pāpā.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koe mō kōrero.
Araki e taku wai ata kai te toko rua nā. Ai wai. Enari te titi e tangi haere ana. Pai toko rua wala. Tēnā ko au nei e manu. Kei te hua kiwi mahue I te tāwai. Ka toro te rā kau ke hirunga. Ka hoki mai ki te pā, ka whaiuri ki a no kukoia ko te ware hera. Te vai ahu I te tiraere, no te hira whakangaro ana. Nā hiwi mahanga ki hui ara. Kia ringi hia ki te rohe mata. Ko te rere a ki ngā ue butura no kukoia ko te ware ko au ana ke rā I mahue I hone hie Hei he te rikirita ki te matua. Hei titiro no atu ki wahora. He waka he rā e rere atura. Whakatikara wa ke kirunara. Ka momo tu ki ta viti, ma waira e pahi atu.
Tukutuku te maunga, wairoa te awa, te kaipara te moana, turia hau te hapu, Ngāti Whātua te iwi, ko Mike tana taku ingoa. Nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora whānau, my name is Mike Tana. My good friend Hussein said that this is a Wananga and it's just going to be nice and relaxed. So I don't know why I feel slightly nervous. It may be because of the esteemed people here. So I also just at first want to pay respects to the panel and to all the panels actually that have gone on before. I've been a part of a couple of these inquiries and the Wananga. I almost feel like I'm here as an exhibit rather than to give you any kind of insight or guidance. And I'll explain that a little bit further as I go into my kōrero. I don't pretend to be a font of knowledge on many things. I hope to be able to give a plea, maybe some guidance, maybe some insight into the application of the mahi that I've done, who I am, and where I see our country is going at the moment. As I said, my name is Mike Tana. I am of Ngāti Whātua descent. If I get emotional, that's normal. That's just me. So every now and then I'll get emotional, and you won't know why. And I probably won't tell you why either. And one of the things I tend to get emotional about is my grandmother. It's all good, I got this. Kiri nipu tuka. And as I said, it's kind of like being an exhibit. Because all we're talking about here is constitution, right? I mean, how emotional and important can it be to me when I think about my grandmother? And what I've come to understand is I wasn't meant to be here. I was meant to be milking cows. That isn't a sad story, don't worry, it's just me. I was meant to be milking cows because that's how I grew up. I grew up in a rural community of Ruawai, Matakoi, in Wharemarama Pariro, which is my nana's house. And she taught my father, to get on in this country that is our country, Aotearoa. You must become like the people that rule this land. So my dad was taught not to speak Māori, but to speak Pākehā. And he was a bloody good teacher because he taught that to his children as well. And over the years, without the help of a constitution that gives Māori a foundation to reclaim those things that are not even lost, they're theirs. We can't lose them, but we lose the expression of them. I can say thankfully because of the focus of a very strong Pākehā wife that my children have gained one aspect of their culture back, and they are fluent in the reo, which I am not. So what has that got to do with a constitution? Well, I think we all know that. I don't think I have to spell this out. The work that you've done to bring the reo alive so that it actually has a place to stand, a foundation for our people, for it to be normalised. gives me some sense of inadequacy when I get up here and speak to this, because for me that's a loss. So when we talk about a constitutional framework and what it could look like, you know, I support all that's been said earlier around it has to embody, wow, I love these inventions, tissues. It has to embody the ability for people to have self-determination. And that's for everybody, right? Otherwise, what is this country? But in particular for Māori. And yet here we seem to have been over the years to have an agreement in 1840 that allowed Māori who had sovereign right back then to agree to a partnership, which obviously, as we know over time, and I won't go into it, had different understandings for different people. But Māori came from a place of strength, constitutionally. There was a constitution here, and we're discussing what does the constitution look like now? Well, there was a constitution, and there still is a constitution in Aotearoa, and it's enacted and played out by Māori as best we can, and as best we understand it. And from a perspective of Ngāti Whātua, one of the things that we have leaned into is the ability to gain and to grow our cultural understanding, which is part of that constitution that I'm talking about. But when we talk about a partnership and a constitution that had an agreement way back in 1840 and then had an act here in 1986, it's a little bit like oil and water. And I don't envy you for the answers that we're trying to find here for a way forward. I think there have been many years of learned people giving advice to that thought. What is really interesting is the constitution that we now have does not allow for those things to land. As a matter of fact, the constitution that we now have in this country allows for the influence of politicians and parliamentarians, depending on which way they swing, left, right down the centre, to influence or undo the work that's been done, or the reparation that's been done for Māori. So in this kōrero that I'm going to give today, it's more around my experience, and as you saw just then, the impact of not having a constitution that actually applies to all and doesn't actually hold up to what an agreement that was made many years before our time and was signed has not held up to the obligations to that agreement. As a matter of fact, currently, this political intent, the government of the day is trying to bury it using, obviously, legal mechanisms, which again explains why people are uprising. So I'll just start going through. Half an hour, yeah. Aye. Okay. Yes, yeah. So as I was saying, I'd like you all to take a break right now so that I can gather my composure and we can come back again. Ngā mihi. Aye.
So let's say we come back at 1:45, eh? See how we get on.
one will swing us.
Aye, you ready? Aye. Kia ora whānau. I'm just going to put me on timer so that I make good use of my 12.56 minutes. Thank you. I just wanted to try and pick up as to why I think I can add some kind of insight into the kōrero today. First of all, I wasn't, as I said, there was no intention for me to be in this space at all, the mahi that I've done. First of all, it was in the Public Service Association, where I currently now work as a policy advisor. But I became the president there for 4 years, and as a result of that, I became the mayor of Purirua for 3 years. Happy accident, but again, a voice for Māori. So understanding constitutional foundation for local government, as the speaker spoke earlier, I think I have a bit of grounding in that area. And now currently in this role, I also am a trustee for Ngāti Whātua Runanga, which again has a whole set of hurdles, opportunities and challenges that sit within a constitutional framework. So I'm very keen to talk to that. I just want to pay homage I did to my grandmother, but also those happy accidents. One of the happy accidents that happened to me was on a flight back to Rotorua when I was the president of the PSA and I was living in Rotorua. And on that flight I met a chap that I didn't really know called Chris Finlayson. And I introduced myself because I kind of knew who he was, and said, I think I'm going to run for Mayor Porirua, what do you think? And he supported me 100% and said Māori in those areas is just a necessity. And I think a constitution that supports Māori leadership right across the whole dynamic of Aotearoa is so important. And saying that, first Māori Mayor of Porirua, first person in my family to go to university. There's a lot of firsts here that are not the fault of a constitution, but are under a construct of a constitution that really does not support Māori. The other part of that little story is that the flight was deferred to Tauranga. So I had to get a car back to Rotorua. You know, I know she'll have a chuckle at this, and I still chuckle about it. But as I was waiting in line to pick up a car, I saw a lady that I'd seen on the flight, and a Māori lady, and I just said to her, oh, hey, do you need a ride back to Rotorua? Share my ride. And again, I sat in the car driving back, explaining what I'm thinking of doing, you know, getting some input. And then I just turned to her and I said, oh, who are you? She goes, my name's Annette Sykes. And I knew who Annette Sykes was. I just hadn't had a one-on-one experience with her. And that was many, many years ago, before I became mayor, so 2012, 2013. And her voice has been part of the things that guide me in how I think and in what I do. I mean, it's something that, as young Māori, I now have my wife and I, we have 6 children. And as I said, they're all fluent in the reo. But they also have a journey to take in a country, in a future of a country that we don't really know where it's going, but we have an opportunity here to speak into that. And it is people like Annette, like yourselves, and I understand, like myself, that are able to really give guidance and direction. And as I said, I believe there is a constitution that's still valid here in Aotearoa that isn't expressed in the current constitution of this country. And it can't go away. It's grounded in tino rangatiratanga. It's ancestral rights. Irrespective of however many generations after us are pushing for change, the fact still remains. But how can we make that happen in a way that it happens faster and is in a rightful manner? I think what I'm trying to say is that any constitution should actually speak to justice, should speak to equity, and should actually enable voice. And that's right across everybody. And that's what the PSA does. We enable voice for workers that sit under this constitutional construct, and in particular the mahi that I do, Māori workers. A good exemplar of how, not the constitution, but how we enact it is the PSA's commitment to te tiriti o Waitangi. That's a tenet to how it enables itself to have voice into any government. I would also argue that there is a need for a constitutional change when you see people marching, when you see people submitting on bills that actually push against the inclusiveness that we're talking about here today. The most amount of submissions on the Treaty Principles Bill, 130 submissions on the Regulatory Standards Bill, which sits clearly under the constitutional framework. I really do believe, as a past mayor, as a past president of the PSA, that an arrangement which recognises, respects, acknowledges and commits to tangata whenua is important for any constitution. And I heard the kōrero about how do we land that? What tikanga are we talking about? I actually think that it comes with the package. And in the past, there were ways that we would talk about that, and tribal ways that we would talk about that and come to understandings, but we would never let go of our tikanga, either whether it was our hapu or our marae. I now, in my role as a trustee for Ngāti Whātua, one of the strongest things that we are focused on is around our cultural capability and our Ngāti Whātuatanga. So that has to land under a constitutional framework, whatever that looks like, for every one of us. But the elephant in the room is that if we do not respect or commit to an understanding of who Māori are in this country, whether it be by our actions or by our constitution, there's not a conversation to be had here. You can't land anything. And matter of fact, what I see, both as the Mayor of Porirua and in my role now, and just as a parent, is that Māori are trying their hardest to find a way forward, and we're filling the gaps. And we've been told over many years, and hence my emotion here, my grandmother's been told that we're coming from a model of deficit, that we're beneficiaries, that the only conversation in the room is around settlement, and yet the bigger conversation here is around the people of Aotearoa. So what we're talking about here is really important. And as I said, I don't have the answers, but I can see the effects that this lack of, or this type of constitution has on our people, on our country. I do believe that we're in good stead with our young people, but they really need foundation. I love and acknowledge the fact that my children can speak the reo, that tauiwi can speak the reo, that they're singing our waiata. But what is the foundation of that? What is the foundation that actually, is it a generational thing that actually has to be a generation of people gone before we can actually make change? Maybe that's why my grandmother never saw change, but she always believed in it, and she saw it through myself. Well, I'm getting to the age now where I'm looking to my children. What do I put in front of them to help guide them to drive a fair and equitable Aotearoa going forward? Which is why this kaupapa is so important. I have 4.5 minutes. I'll just go through some of the points. And I always say this to people, as I said, I came here really late into the understanding. I didn't study te tiriti o Waitangi. I didn't study any of this. A lot of my cultural background was through my nana when she passed on, that was it. But I put my mind to being a good student. I wasn't a very good student, but I put my mind to it. And then, as I said, a number of happy accidents allowed me to take the position that I am in now. But that shouldn't be everyone's experience. It shouldn't be the way that our young ones get to experience who they are as Māori, and a lot of them as Pākehā as well. There should be, and this is what we put on ourselves, there should be a constitution that enables the truth to be heard and to be enacted. I'll just try and pull something out of my notes. Definitely in this time, that ideology is becoming more perilous because the legitimacy of the Crown's sovereignty over Aotearoa is contended. And a matter of fact, what we're seeing for this political movement at the moment is that they're trying to entrench it. And removing Te Tiriti out of the documents of legislation under this constitution means that it cannot be talked about. Obligations can be forgotten. And that's what's so dangerous about the point that we're in now. And that's there's the gap for the constitution as we see it now. Any constitution should protect that. And I don't believe that our constitution does that. I did speak to, and I did hear speaking to the local government. And again, I'd just like to bring that back to, as a mayor of Porirua, the discrepancy between the conditions of the people there is evident. The demographic is just wide. But Māori communities also have to be thought about in this conversation and in the way that we're talking. It's not just iwi and hapu, but it's the result of being disenfranchised from your people and being in those communities that are, for example, in Porirua. They're everywhere. Currently I reside in Rotorua, and they're there as well. So how does the Constitution going forward support that? Because we can see the result of disenfranchised Māori. So I would also ask you to consider the impacts or the need for a Constitution that actually works for those people those of us who are disenfranchised, that don't have the strength of an iwi voice or a hapu voice. And I would say that a lot of it's the majority of our people that are cut off from their reo, that are cut off from their tikanga, that are cut off from so many things that would actually prove to them that they are actually whole people and that they're a viable part of our society. Whew. Kaipara District Council, I just want to put a shout out to that little piece of work there, who have rejected Māori wards and have done it on a stage that it's actually become a political stage, but it's actually on a public stage. And it's the rejection of karakia just shows how far we haven't come in this country when actually government entities who say, as our presenter said earlier, say that they're actually trying to follow the principles of the treaty but have no obligation, actually don't show that. They actually show disdain. They show no want to. It's a tick box exercise. And I think that any constitution should not allow for that ability of government officials or any officials that represent the government to actually have that ability to do such. I actually think it's abhorrent, and I actually think Māori are very patient and forgiving for that to happen in their country, or the place that they call their whenua. So I will just close here with a couple of final thoughts. Whatever constitution we land on that is inclusive of Māori, whether it is exactly that, whether there's another construct that actually works better, it should not be ambiguous. It should not be insincere. And if it is intentional, it should be intentional for all, and in particular tangata whenua. A constitution that represents Māori, that empowers Māori, and that is just. So from what I've been working in and what I see now, none of those things land for me, and none of those things land for Māori. So I think I will ask one more question. What are the impacts on our people under our current law and structure? And I think that the data does not lie. Māori is still disadvantaged in almost every measure of what I would call equality. And so having a strong foundation, as we all know, The wise man does not build his house upon the sand, but he builds it on the rock. And I believe if the way we go forward, if the rock is, we call the Constitution, then it needs to be a rock for all. Kia ora. Kumiti.
David? Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from here, on the floor? No.
E aha te hau e wawara mai, e tiu he raki nana ia mai te pupu taraki hiki uta, e tiki nā tu e hau, te kotu ko ia te pau whakairo katu ki wai te mata i oku wairangi e kōkiri.
Kia ora. Have we got the Māori Council reps here? Aramai. Introduce yourselves, eh?
Hoi no kātira tātou. Mihi atu ana hoki ki te whare. Mihi ana hoki ki te taumata. Ki ngā taumata hakahaere. Kia koutou mā ngā kai kōrero i mua i a tātou. Ko taua mihi anō, tēnā koutou, tēnā hoki anō tātou katoa. Hoi no, ko he uri tēnei, i tupu ake i roto i ngā maunga ātawhai me ngā moana tiakina kai, o te aupauri. E roto hoki i ngā neke o ngā tipuna, nā ka huri tērā ki te tai rāwhiti. E roto hoki i raro i te maunga o hikurangi, mai te awa mahana o te waiapu. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Hera Clark hau, te tahi o ngā uri o te kaunihira Māori, tuku hia nawa mātou nei hakaro pāna ki te kaupapa kei mua i a tātou. So we want to declare that you've received our papers for today, and we say tēnā koe. We also are mindful of the passing of our kaumātua, our Pope, Tāmati Cairns of recent, and we pay homage in knowing that if he was here with us in life, in roto i tēnei kanohi ora, he'd be here with us today. Nō reira, haere hoki atu rā i te Pope, haere ki ngā tini me ngā mano, koe ware tia kei konei mātou te mahi tonu parahia ai te huarahi kei mua i a tātou. Nō reira, haere hoki atu rā. So we have decided, we made a unanimous decision before Donna got here to work this in a way that sits with us, being Wananga. And I want to say kia ora to the whaia teina for making that platform available to us. We're reminding ourselves that we're in Wananga. So when we think about Wananga and we think about the kaupapa that's before us, and I love the expressions that you share and the tēno matatau o hakaro e ngauana ki taku te ngako o tohu tinana. Nō reira, tēnā koe whaia. So I want to speak to the context around the social responsibility inside our paper that we've presented. And I declare that I am a lifetime social worker. I grew up in the 60s and the youngest child of 12. and had a very passionate relationship with my siblings and my parents, who decided to have a child while they were in their 50s and 60s. And so my storyline kind of went, my poor parents had to have 11 practices till eventually they reached somewhere near perfection. Now, fortunately, my brother Raukapa is not here to defend himself. But nonetheless, so it gave an opportunity to grow up in that environment on our papakainga. And 3 years after my birth, our land was confiscated in Teiringa. And the land was confiscated, and I think my social conscience grew from that tender age, and watching parents, particularly my father, who was also man of the cloth, and our small settlement. We had a marae on our whenua that was his grandparents, and we, generationally, we ended up living there with our grandparents, etc. We had our own whare hui, and the moment that the trucks were there to move us off our land, our father lit the marae and burnt it perai te matenga. And he buried the ashes of our whare into the ground. And I think that was probably 3-year-old. You never forget the flame. You can still feel the heat. And that was probably my first introduction to what collective. So we were together. We were all together, all of us in our whānau hapu marae. At least a good maybe 54, including my grandparents, to watch the burning of this marae, crying, listening to pakeke crying, and my father doing the orderly thing and having a krakia for it as the cousins were digging the holes to bury all the ashes. And my sense of being whānau whānui kind of derived from that experience. And so it's with that, it was no surprise that you became involved in issues of social responsibility, welfare of mokopuna, āta whai te tahi ki te tahi. So I want to speak to this principle of responsibility and kind of fashion it in my own words, and my lovely crew behind us from the New Zealand Māori Council will pick their lines up as we go. And to say that those who are here with us today presenting, we belong to the Wellington District Council, of which I am the chairperson. And they will get to introduce themselves, and they're excited about it too. They're really looking forward to it. So I want to say that the caring and nurturing of tamariki is the responsibility of whānau and whānau whānui. I didn't altogether grow up knowing too much about hapu. Hapu was just somebody, another baby was a kōrero, but definitely whānau whānui. Many of my generation were raised knowing and believing that we are the kanohi ora, with the reflection and the expectation of our tipuna. Some might call it the upgrade. This is not about being the better version, but the culmination of generational knowledge, lived experience, and wairua whai whakaaro mo te katoa. Responsibility reminds us of our natural environment of collective mo te katoa. Responsibility is the principle that we really want to be enhancing today, because there's very little, and sadly, in this Luxonology environment that we're living in, that appreciates the fact that we come as a collective and not as individuals. We Just do my paper here. I had to do this because I was here the other day and I bought the wrong paper, so I'm getting better. So I wanted to also share that this responsibility means ensuring that our tamariki, our mokopuna, are raised in environments that uphold mana, nurture Māori. And I liked the kōrero this morning around Māori. He kawa anō tērā, he tikanga anō tērā. And we work to foster a deep connection to whenua. And you heard my opening kōrero about that relationship with whenua that spoke to me deeply about mate. Ka mate, ka mate, ka ora, ka ora. No, I'm not going to tear up my piece of paper right here. Nope. But I think the kōrero of ka mate, ka ora resonates deeply. And so that deep connection to whenua, reo and tikanga, a constitutional framework that reflects this responsibility would prioritise collective care systems and prevent harm and restore balance when that care is disrupted. This is especially relevant in areas of child welfare, of which has been my driving force for many years, and I see Tony Fisher here, he can attest to that, some 20 years ago, where we were responsible for family violence and best as we could. But it also, it's relevant in the areas of state care, education, collectivism, the way in which we aroha te tahi ki te tahi. We see the march, Toitu Te Tiriti, and people think that it was a disturbance. It was wanting to be heard, taking a responsibility. It wasn't a disruptive influence in our communities. It was taking a responsibility. It's a reflection of the health of our society. If we fail them, our mokopuna, we are failing our whakapapa. I want to leave that for now. And if I get the nod from Grace, then I will be back. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora everybody. Firstly, I really do appreciate the opportunity to talk to the tribunal, to the panel, to whomever in a Wananga setting, as opposed to a courtroom, which I joked last night with Donna. It would be lovely to be in a place where she can't speak. She's not here, so she doesn't get to enjoy that yet. Let me introduce myself. My name's Adrian McVeigh. I'm from Ngāti Hini. Hikurangi is my mountain. Waiumio is my awa. And my whānau from there were kupa. I'm one of the children who were caught up in the adoption scenarios of the late 60s and early 70s, where it was decided that our Māori children were best to be with Pākehā families. What that created for me was a disconnection from my hapu, from my iwi, for 40 years. And the idea that I would find out who they are one day and then be embraced and enjoy the wairua that came, that I felt from my wife and her family, that doesn't exist. You don't return to your hapu after 40 years, and even though you feel a pull, you don't feel the aroha, the wairua. I believe that that's something that's entrenched from birth and through your life, is that connection with hapu, with whenua, etc. So for me, the importance of, in any kind of constitutional situation, the importance of our children, our tamariki, and ensuring that whatever culture they come from, they remain engaged with that culture. My wife and I have one child together. We've been married for nearly 30 years, one child together. So I have a stepson, I have a whāngai daughter, I have my own daughter, which we have together. I have 3 grandchildren. One lives with a solo mother. Well, actually 2 live with a solo mother, and the other one we whāngai'd out to an uncle. So there's a whole different lots of scenarios within my family of, I suppose, our idea of how we look after our children. And they are all based around the whānau and the hapu, embracing children no matter what the situation within your family is. For my son, who isn't the greatest father, a guest of the government at Rimutaka for most of his life, he has had children, and we as a hapu and as a whānau needed to surround those children. So it brings to mind, when talking about the way our country should be run, the way we should look at our children belong to, of course, their parents, their whānau, their hapu, their iwi, and that must be entrenched in the essence of how we run our country, is that our children must be protected in that way. If we're to look into the many other ethnicities we have, the Pacific Islander community, the Asian community, the same applies for all of them, that our first step should always be to maintain for our children their relationships that will see them through their whole life, that will be their support structure for their whole life. So that's the basis that I have for, I suppose, ensuring that our mokopuna are at the forefront of any constitutional, or they should be considered in any constitutional laws, etc. Going back to my own whānau situation with why I am, my whānau was kopa. My father was Tasman kopa, son of Ape kopa and Maraea Parauni. My father died 2 months before I was born, and my mother, who was a Pākehā, her family pressured her to put me up for adoption. My hapu turned up on the doorstep in Auckland of the hospital asking for me, and that's where the first major problem happened, is they were told no. They were told, he does not belong to you, he's not coming home with you. He is better, and it has it in a document that I've seen that says they prefer that I be brought up by a Pākehā family. I was brought up by an Irish, first-generation Irishman and a second-generation Polish lady. I had the most amazing upbringing, amazing opportunities, and people have said to me, but weren't you better off there? My issue with that sentiment is there was nothing wrong with the family I came from. In a Pākehā concept, my great uncle was Pita Parauni. Pene Henare is married to my first cousin. I have 3 principals and 5 teachers in my immediate family. My life would have been different, of course, but not any worse, not any better, it just would have been different. But I would have been sitting here today connected with my hapu, feeling that I could be involved with my hapu. Just want to acknowledge my whananga here. When I heard Ngāti Hine, I always get excited when I hear someone's from Ngāti Hine, and I think to myself, oh, they're family. But once again, as I say, there is a disconnection that has happened for myself and for a lot of our people through a lot of different reasons over the years. Just a couple of statements based on some questions I've heard. There was a question about tikanga. How can tikanga be included in constitution? I think it is the people being forced to consider tikanga, whatever that tikanga might be, in our constitution, it should be that you're forced to consider tikanga or to enact tikanga. As we've already established, that will change in different places. I suppose my final comment is that my wife and I, our business is in the Tangata Whenua Network. We're the largest social network for Māori dealing with Māori land. It was our attempt to try and solve some of the issues within the Māori land system for our people. That's how we started it 5 years ago. Last year we changed the focus because land, Māori, whānau, whakapapa, these things cannot be separated from each other. So it's a very difficult thing to imagine how a constitution going forward would be. But one of the things I would, it's sometimes called pie in the sky, it's a dream. We should stop looking at a way in which we can change the rules or add to the rules of our current system and, in my opinion, change our entire system. We are no longer a country that should be governed by the Crown. And it doesn't matter what we do as Māori, we're still in the position where we're turning to the Crown to acknowledge our thoughts, to acknowledge what we want to do, to adhere to our rules. The reality is we entered into a partnership in 1840 that we didn't have to enter into. We could have slaughtered them, they could have slaughtered us, that's the reality. Probably what should have happened in some people's minds. We were the first ones to step forward and give women the vote when the rest of the world said that they didn't need to vote. Their husbands would vote on their behalf. Here we are today where we are growing in population as Māori, we are growing in economic strength. People say our land, we own 5% of the land. No, we own 15% of the land, only 5% of it is sitting as Māori land. The rest is Māori own general land. We are growing, and it's time to kind of look at what a real co-governance way is of running our country, where the Crown is not the overarching power in our country, but merely the partner that it was meant to be. Thank you. I'll pass on to my wife.
Morena. You're all seasoned vets here, but for me this is a first. So, aroha mai as I get my nerves together. My name is Alicia McVeigh, and the work in my day-to-day role consists of supporting thousands of members, navigating whenua Māori and reconnection to their affiliations. Personally, I was brought up between Rotorua and Taranaki with an ingrained sense of importance of education. The primary language in our household was English, and in fact, my great-grandmother used to express her disappointment if we didn't say where and what, so it was about speaking proper English. I was about 25 when I realised that she was actually fully fluent in te reo. She was long gone, of course, by that point. But it's because my grandparents would say, and my grandfather grew up in the caning generation of speaking te reo at school, that education needed to come first. And through that, you can only battle your enemies when you know who's coming. And where once our people lived as a community without formal boundaries, which is a very unfamiliar notion to me personally, Māori land now is a framework designed for generational fragmentation.
whenua was broken down through dictatorship into surveyed blocks, with a variety of owners who were entitled and not entitled to, in accordance with the Native Land Act of the day, and perpetual succession of whenua that holds genealogy and historical mātauranga without any focused education has had detrimental consequences for the majority of multiple land ownership in whenua Māori. The nation as a whole has a general knowledge of buying a house or general land ownership. But in this modern day, very few people outside of whānau who have Māori land actually know what Māori land is. In this modern day, we have to have self-motivation when it comes to the investigation of whenua Māori, and there is a self-interest and a view of individual rights over whenua Māori rather than a responsibility to the collective. The systemic consequences of division, forced relocation, creating generations of urban Māori and colonisation isn't something we can change. However, the hapu is a foundational taonga and a fountain of knowledge of whakapapa, history, waiata, and our stories, many of which I wasn't brought up with personally, but I've learned just over the last 15 years, a lot of them. So although not confident, it has given me the inspiration to encourage my daughter to go to Te Kohanga Reo Ngaio and to be part of a Māori immersion unit where this becomes part of her norm. In other cases, whenua is seen merely as a commodity. Individual rights and benefits, these principles take precedence over the responsibility for the wider community or the environment. And whilst this is the right of each owner under title, there is an opportunity to underpin constitutional protection of the autonomous Māori institutions which have a role within the wider constitutional and political system as in Article 3 of the treaty. This would enable systemic changes to be made to some of the current frameworks that benefit individuals, the wider community and government, rather than the hapu or communities of which these benefits are derived. For example, interest from unclaimed money that goes to the General Purposes Fund, rather than a specific allocation to a rohe or hapu, is something we could change if that was a constitutional principle that we had, to be responsible for those communities. It is important for us to support our hapu with resources so they can be empowered to form effective systems for prosperity and fostering the reconciliation of our people, which, you know, given the situation that we have, they're not really set up well for welcoming and embracing people who have been disconnected. A lot of them are just trying to pay their bills or their marae bills or their power. We have people who have been systematically disconnected from their cultural heritage and values. Principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, being enshrined in a constitution, would also provide stability for future generations of all New Zealanders. And that's about all I've got today. So, thank you.
te kaiwhakawā, tēnā koe. Tēnā koutou nā mema o ta Tribunal, nā kaitono, nā rangatira, nā uri whakatupu kua tai mai ki tēnei kaupapa hirera. Ka nui te mihi. Ko Grace ahipene hoi te ahau, no hoki anga pau karakia, ko rotua nui a kahumata moi moi. I'm just as nervous as everybody else. I te taha tōku māma ki Ngāti Kuri te apauri te raroa. I te taha tōku pāpā nā pui tōnu nui me te arawa waka mai maka tū ki Taongarero. Me tūwhare tō Ngāti Hikairoa. Ngāti Kahununu, Ngāti Henimani, Ngāti Pake, Ngāti Pau, hauera. Ngāti Raukawa ki Otaki, ai. It's interesting when I lay down my grandparents' whakapapa, my parents' whakapapa, but my grandparents, I have four grandparents from 4 different parts of the motu. And I'm privileged to be able to have worked with each one of those areas that I mentioned. I sit on Turunanga o Ngāti Henimani, Ngāti Pake. I also sit on Wāhi o Tūhaurangi o Whakarewarewa Trust. But I was born and raised in the Hokianga in a little place called Umanaya, Te Pēti Marae, Ngāti Kaharo, Ngāti Hau. Raised there on the farm with my kuia. And in Rawene, my mum was born over in Rangi Point. But my mother and father were also ordained ministers, and they were given a church in Te Waipanuamu, in Christchurch. And so I went to high school, in Burnside High School. So you can imagine 5 of us, tamariki, moving from the Hokianga to Christchurch was quite a journey. But why I go there is because there's many ways in how life brings us together and how we collectively become responsible in different ways. I was fortunate to have a nanny that lived to 101 and passed away in 2012. He winiata whānau, he waina raumai o winiata, he taku kuia. And I was her tono. But I found a love for the arts. And was actually a Pākehā woman in Christchurch, Sheila Wynne, that sent me up to Toi Whakaari at New Zealand Drama School, where I met my mentor, my tuakana, who trained me, kirika, wikukika, and puoho kātini. So I had the privilege of being trained by them. She would later take me into Te Wakatoi, where I worked there as a Māori arts advisor, creating programs for our people to support them, toiake, and different ones like that. But I've continued on in the arts for the last 35 years. And what I've noted with the arts is that we are an unspoken political voice. And many a times our arts has made differences, but we often come together in a collective way. And it's always interesting when you go home to your marae, your different marae, how different they are. I was fortunate to grow up in Hapu, and often every year we'd go home, back to the Hokianga, or back over to Rotorua, Whakarewarewa, we would go home. And why Dad would ground us there. Dad was a native speaker, but Mum was that generation where she was strapped and refused to let us learn the reo because she didn't want us to be hurt. And she was always afraid that we would get strapped like she did for speaking reo. So we grew up without it, but as tamariki, of course, we're going to run away and learn to do our own through kapahaka and different aspects. It just naturally came out in us. But what we realised, working within, bringing the collection, my collective life together, realised that we have a collective responsibility. As hapu, we have a responsibility back to our whānau. There comes with that responsibility comes obligations. And those obligations give us a responsibility as a constitutional principle, coming down to it. Constitutions are meant to protect what truly matters in our society, the values, the people, and the systems that hold everything together. But we know in New Zealand Aotearoa we don't have a written constitution that guarantees that protection for Māori. The current framework fails us. It fails to uphold the guarantees that Tiriti gave us, or to protect Māori well-being and tikanga in a meaningful way. Of course, we're calling for a constitution that isn't just based on individual rights, but on collective responsibilities. As Māori, we don't get up and talk about ourselves very well. Kāre te kumara, but we talk in a collective manner. And so that we talk, as a whānau, we'll talk and we'll hui together as whānau and make decisions together as whānau. As hapu, we do the same. Likewise with iwi. But it all comes back down to that collective responsibility. So, of course, we want to see a constitution vision grounded in tikanga, te tiriti, and kotahitanga. Tikanga Māori, it's a living system of law and relational governance. The reality is, with tikanga comes responsibilities through whanaungatanga, through manaakitanga. And when we look at the social responsibility through tikanga Māori teaches us about the relational responsibility, the deep obligations we carry for our whānau, our hapu, our iwi, and te tai ao. This is more than just a moral view. It's a constitutional principle grounded in whakapapa and atua. It's embedded in how we see the world, how we live, and how we lead. We're proposing that social responsibility be recognised formally, not just as an afterthought, but as part of the legal foundation of the nation. Responsibility has two tikanga-based dimensions. It's a responsibility grounded in kawa, and that speaks to those rules and guidelines passed down through whakapapa, guided by atua. Kawa gives structure to how we relate to our environment, our spaces, and each other. Responsibility over individual rights. We're not dismissing rights. We're just saying that decisions should be made with regard to relationship, not just personal freedom. Our tikanga prioritises collective harmony, not individual entitlement. The current law emphasises individualism, a foreign concept to us. And of course, the Western values of individual rights, private property, personal freedoms. But tikanga doesn't start with a me, it's always a we. And responsibility in our worldview is tied to our whakapapa, our whenua, and our future generations. It's not counter to rights, but it's based on interdependency, not on isolation. And responsibility in tikanga isn't just about risk or liability, it's about forward-looking commitment to act in a way that protects the future for our unborn. This means considering the impacts of today's decisions on mokopuna yet unborn. It's about generosity across generations. And we have that intergenerational obligation to our unborn mokopuna. And we ask ourselves, who are the guardians of tomorrow? What legacy are we leaving them? Responsibility goes beyond risk and blame. We need to move away from seeing responsibility only about fault or risk management. In tikanga, responsibility is about restoring balance, making sure everyone is looked after, and holding power with humility. This means designing a system that doesn't pit individual interest against collective well-being. Ki tikanga concepts that reflect that responsibility, terms like mana, mauri, manaakitanga, whanaungatanga, kaitiaki, they're not just cultural values, they're constitutional principles in action. Each reflects a responsibility to people, to land, to future generations, and to each other. These are not abstract ideas, they're practical application and governance. Tā Akure's framework of intergenerational obligation, we draw inspiration from that. It's a responsibility to so use resources as to maintain the fullest practical extent. It's a responsibility owed to one's forebearers and one's descendants. That's the kind of worldview we want reflected in a constitutional system where we care, where care, not control, is the baseline for leadership. And we know that through manaakitanga there comes an economic responsibility. Manaakitanga means sharing resources, not hoarding them. It means creating economic opportunity that lifts the collective, not just the individual. Māori economic development is intertwined with manaakitanga. That's why collective property and land rights are so critical. Without them, we can't actually practice our manaakitanga, as we've heard. The problem with a lot of these individual property rights is the current framework recognises the individual ownership, but not the collective ownership of hapu. That weakens our ability to be kaitiaki to our whenua and to our wai. It undermines the collective obligations we have under tikanga. It also leaves hapu without the legal tools to uphold mana motahake in resource use and development. So, tikanga responsibility framework is missing in law. There's a big gap. Our New Zealand legal system doesn't account for the responsibility embedded in tikanga. That's why this Wananga is so important. We must push for that constitutional future where tikanga obligations are recognised, upheld and practiced, giving balance to Western views. Responsibility is distinct. It deserves its own standing. Responsibility is not just a tag on to rights. It's a completely different way of looking at leadership, power and accountability. It's based on collective well-being, not individual benefits. It deserves recognition as a constitutional value on its own terms. Governance is relational, not hierarchical, but also hapu-centred authority versus Western sovereignty, where Western models place all power within the state. Tikanga places authority with the hapu, the hapori, the communities and the collective well-being. In the collective well-being comes collective responsibility. This is a vital distinction. It speaks to how Māori understand leadership, not as sovereignty, but as responsibility within. So, we look at it just inclusion, responsibility. Actually, the Māori Council still has an example of tikanga governance in its act, in law. We know that through Clause 5, the task there of preserving our culture, arts, language, whakapapa, even Section 18, it gives right to a collective voice being heard, a hapori voice grounded in community. The Act recognises interconnected well-being, physical, social, spiritual, economic and moral. It gives us tools to uphold that. But in conclusion, a responsibility as a foundation for constitutional transformation. Responsibility is the foundation of Māori governance. It reflects both accountability and relational care. It gives standing to hapu, tikanga, and hapori and collective governance structures like Māori committees, like iwi leaders. It could pave the way for papakainga restoration and mana motahake to flourish. We believe it's time to embed responsibility as a constitutional principle on equal footing with rights. Kia ora, tēnei te mihi ki a koutou, kia ora huhu mai ngā tātou. He pātai.
Kia ora no e homa. Just personally to express appreciation to the Māori Council for coming to all of these Wananga Arohe and bringing the local voice of the district councils to the tribunal at each of the places we're going to. So it's a pleasure to hear these different voices, even though, of course, we could hear from Donna Hall occasionally, but we've heard from you, which is great. So I have a pātai about this document, Charter of Human Responsibilities, and you've used the word responsibilities, and this is a question to any of you. It could be Whaiahera or whoever wants to answer it, but it's part of the written papers we've got with us, and it's very much human-centred. It's very much human-centred. It's about human responsibilities, and it refers to nature and so on. It does refer towards the end about human beings are part of a woven universe, which sounds a little bit like Reverend Marty Marsden thinking there. But I just wonder whether any or all of you would like to comment on some of the concepts that Waitangi spoke about earlier this morning, about where the insects and the birds and the mountains and the trees and the rivers fit in. Is it all about human responsibility? What's our relationship with all of these other creatures and things of the world?
We have a responsibility to govern the natural resources in a way that allows them to naturally be. And that responsibility lays at the hands of us as humans. We noticed it in lockdown. 4 weeks without any industry or anything happening, our way started to clear up. And it's really interesting because human and all children, of course, of Ranginui and Papatūānuku, ultimately we have a responsibility to ensure the viability of Earth and our planetary systems. The governance of waterways, that's a big theme at the moment in Resolute Māori rights and interests and responsibilities. But we also understand that like Taina talked about, with anything to do with te taiao, it's one of the first things we always go back to because it's in our pepeha. And we have a responsibility to take care of our whenua and to take care of our wai. So I think it's very much an Indigenous worldview that we always go back to making sure that we maintain that kaitiakitanga and our relationship with the whenua. I'm not quite sure anyone else have a... Aye.
I think as I was listening to Taina speaking earlier, I just warmed my ngākau to listen to some of those, the terms, things around walking into ngāhere, he tikanga anō tērā, he tikanga e te taha o te moana, he tikanga anō tērā. And so my example is probably when going into ngāhere, and there was and probably still is a running joke about, oh yes, you're ngābosh, you are ngābosh. And so we would have all of these different responses, and knowing full and well that every creature inside that forest, every creature in that forest has got a job to do, like the rest of us who live in humanity. So one of our regular practices when we went into the bush really was you go look for punga, and you tākoha back to all the kaitiaki inside that. And then if you're fortunate enough to see some of the different bird life turning up, you know that's so-and-so, and you know that there's a message there for you. And equally is making sure that the way we look after those creatures, as I was saying earlier, and it's our responsibility to teach our mokopuna what that looks like. So you even know when you go to the soil and it's got a different colour today, you know that something's happened to this earth. And so you follow the wave. So I think, as I was saying and listening to Taina this morning, definitely they weren't stories, they were your lived experience. That's why it's so easy to talk about it. And knowing that that's been the violation. That's been the violation because you've got a doc law reform that said this is how it looks. And then we wait till after nightfall, and then some of our whānau will go up and fix it up, put some more moss on the areas, and the ringutree looking after those, the still, etc., etc. And I think that, there is a definite correlation between the kōrero that Taina was able to share and the deep-seated, the giants that are starting to awaken. Kia ora mai tātou.
Tēnā rā koutou mō koutou hakāturanga ki mua I te aroaro te rōpu whakamanai, te treaty. Sorry. First, I think my question is more to Adrian McVeigh, and thank you for your presentation. You alluded to, first, our whanaungatanga, yes, when you mentioned Ape Kopa, I could remember him, and he had a son called Pinono, and he married actually my dad's sister, so we're whanaunga, all right, in some roundabout sort of way. But you mentioned that Māori land, there's about 5%, and I always understood that as well, but you said it's actually about 15. Well, I can vouch that I'm probably one of that 15% because we've got about 1,000 hectares and it's all general land, and I'm just wondering if it is because the Māori Land Court has always told me that Prime Holdings is a Pākehā, so it can never be classed as Māori. So I learn something every day. Can you comment on where the 15% comes from?
The 15% was Statistics New Zealand put out, with LINZ, put out some information around, we all understand what's in the Māori Land Court as Māori land. We all always understand what they call Māori land, general land owned by Māori. But when you take into account the Māori businesses, Māori individuals who happen to own pieces of property, they've estimated, and they can only estimate because they have to kind of work out, taking that nearly 20% of the population is Māori and they look at land ownership, etc., they've estimated it's around about 15%. The other interesting statistic that I found out is there's over 2.5 million people around the country who theoretically could whakapapa Māori, which is a really interesting, considering I think we're just under 1 million in the census as Māori, but when you take around all our people around the world, that's what they've estimated, and they can never know that for sure. But I remember in the newspaper a couple of years back, there was a volleyball player that returned to New Zealand and actually didn't know she was Māori until she worked through her whakapapa and found that her grandparent was from here. As far as land ownership is concerned, I know there's a lot of people here who have a lot to do with the Māori Land Court, and I in some way believe that is the only way we've been able to move forward with Māori land. But it's the most underfunded, underutilised judicial department we have. When you consider the assets that we hold as Māori, not only financial assets, but if we're to talk about whakapapa assets, we have, and the entity that has so much say over what happens with that being the Māori Land Court, tries to sort its way getting through a judicial process with a thing that's regarded as Pākehā asset, but do it in a Māori way, is so problematic, and we see it break our whānau and our hapu down to tears. We see people walk away, put it on the ground and say, nothing, I can't do it anymore, walk away. So Māori land is a major issue when we look for Māori going forward. But yeah, I'm glad I've never met anyone that was related to Ape, so it's wonderful to meet you.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Just to you, Alicia, you made a comment about the need for a recognition of autonomous Māori institutions. And I just wondered if you could give examples of what you're referring to in terms of autonomous Māori institutions.
I guess I was talking about hapu. In today's sense, they have, PSGEs, I guess they call them now, because they're the settlement trusts that have managed. But if you're not a settlement trust, it doesn't make you not a hapu. For instance, Ngāti Hine haven't settled yet, but they're a hapu in their own right. So there are Māori institutions that are already established and well established, and are there for the support of their wider communities, but they're not protected under any kind of enshrined constitution.
Thank you. Kia ora.
I know you know I was going to have a question. Kia ora. Tuatahi tonu atu. Ko te mihi ake anō hoki ki te mananui anō hoki o ngā kōrero kua oti aku te hora mai ki runa i a tātou tēnei rā. Tēnei te mihi kau atu anō hoki. Ki te hohoru tana o ngā wawatana moi moi a i puta mai o kōtou tīpuna. Thank you very much. I was riveted by the kōrero today and just wanted to say thank you for providing that. I wanted to go back to a couple of points, and that was a number of things that stood out for me were particular advocacies around our tikanga and kawa principles and values being constitutional principles in action. I'm always, and I know that it probably would have also, will constantly raise as a red flag in the puku of many Māori that what we genuinely and authentically seek to do when we are performing the fine dance between how we protect our tikanga and kawa inside what is ultimately a Westminster system of constitutional frameworking, that we immediately get this uncomfortable feeling as alongside wanting to genuinely ensure that our kawa and tikanga can be protected and preserved in an authentic and genuine way inside legislation and statutes of this country. But I know that some of the red flags that immediately go off in our puku as Māori is the appropriation of those things. Over time, they become legal footballs, rugby balls, and ultimately they become eroded. That's our experience inside legislative frameworks around tikanga and kawa. However, we continue to drive forward with the endeavour to find the balance and strike the middle ground where we are seeking the protection and the preservation of the authenticity of those things inside a constitutional framework. I'm interested in your comment and your view around how we might traverse the next 2 generations whereby any form of constitutional framework in this country is a lot more foolproof, sturdy and hardy around the prevention of the erosion of our values and principles in action, like mana mauri, whakapapa, te manaki tana, or does it belong there or does it not?
Does it belong there or does it not? Good. The reality is we should not have to devise a constitution where we fit into a Pākehā system. It's about finding the balance where Māori are able to write or actually verbalise or put it in their own way in their own terms. And Pākehā have to do likewise. It's not an easy road because tikanga is tikanga at the end of the day, and it should not be muddied by Pākehā interpretation of tikanga. And so, yes, we do have to construct in a Māori way any whakaaro around tikanga or around kawa when we're drawing up things like a constitution. There has to be equal parties at the table bringing together a constitution that covers us all. And, for example, I know we've talked a bit about local government today. Now, I thought ka aroha for ahuriri. But I work at Wellington Council, and we have a tākai here with the mana whenua, ahi kā. So we have a tākai here with Ngāti Tōrangatira, Taranaki Whānui and Te Ati Awa. In there is embedded te tariti. And in doing so, I'm now developing a new arts centre for Te Whanganui a Tara, which has one of its base foundation po as mana whenua kaua and tikanga is recognised, along with the treaty-led facility. And how we did that was by having mana whenua at the table from conception all the way through. We're not completed yet, but we're almost there. But doing that, we have to be at the table, the kōrero. You cannot develop any legislation or any documents where we're not at the table properly. Aye. So, you know, we've got to find that balance and harmony in between because, yeah, we don't want tikanga mari, kao. But the reality is we do have to meet at an equal ground where our people can draw up what we believe is correct and right. And let the Pākehā come with theirs, and then we have to work it so it weaves into each other to formulate. I hope that's a bit more of a kind of thing. And just developing around, like in action and governance, I can say that, I say to mana whenua, like, for example, everyone wants to rename because, you know, pōneke is a mamai for mana whenua here. Because, you know, pō neke, they were forced to gather their kaimoana together at night time because it was made illegal to take from Oriental Bay. So knowing that, I said to them, let's change the name. You name it. You Wananga, so they Wananga together to come up with a new name. I said, great, next I want you to develop the cultural narrative. Teach our Pākehā designers, but instead I said, we brought a Māori designer of your own, you Wananga with them. So it is a big wānanga process to be able to form a constitution of something. I mean, for me, I just like to entrench Tiriti, full stop, as a founding document. But however, we'll see. We never know. See what the mokopuna can do for that. Kia ora.
Just the second part of my question was around interdependence.
Yes.
You raised the notion of interdependence. Do you see interdependence as the ultimate elevation of te mana motuhake?
I don't know if it's the ultimate elevation. I think it's a working mechanism, a process that we have to go through to be able to reach those goals. Yeah, I see it more as a process and a working structure.
Yeah. I only raise that because I would imagine that inside the framing up and the structuring, the design principles underpinning any form of constitution in this country, that there would be Māori would understand a stage by stage, a sense of independence.
Aye.
A sense of independence is a pre-step toward enjoying an interdependent engagement.
Aye.
But I think that may be only because at an independent level, you enjoy a certain level of security and confidence. And when we are secure and confident, as whether we're hapu, iwi, Māori, whatever community, independence, I think, is the stage prior to that. And if we can't feel our sense of independence first and feel secure, or if we do enjoy that, I think, condition, we're less likely to wage war. I think that's the wisdom of our tipuna. When we enjoy a sense of independence as we move toward an interdependent nation state, then we are saying that we come in peace to each other because we have come into the fullness of our independent identity and we are secure in that, less likely to wage war.
Ai, tika tō kōrero. Kia ora, ngā mihi.
Any other questions?
Adrian's got a way across the line.
Yeah.
Tu tera mai nā iwi, oue, tātou e. Tu tera mai nā iwi, tātou e. Whai a te maramatanga, me te aroha, i ngā iwi, ki apatapatahi, ki akotahira, tātou e. Tātou e. Hiowi.
I found over the years that sometimes if you put the boot on the other foot or just turn the tables, people might understand what you're talking about. I spent 12 years in local government. I was a councillor for 6 years, and I was mayor for 6 years. And the guy who was mayor prior to me, he'd retired, and we were having a farewell for him. And I said to him, you know, Cliff, I'm looking forward to the day, because one of the difficulties was Wairoa is quite unique in that it was the only local government district in the country that had a majority of Māori. 60% of the total population was Māori. Now, we weren't reflected anywhere like that in representation. And the Wairoa District Council solution was to have a Māori advisory committee, which could come along and, you know, advise till they were blue in the face, but that would be it, whatever the decision would be. So I said to him, well, Cliff, now that you're retiring, I said, don't get too used to it. So why is that? I said, I'm getting used to the day when I welcome you back as the first chairman of the Pākehā Advisory Committee for the Wairoa District Council. So I'm going to ask the Crown guys to come up now and make their presentation. Oh, one more question. No, we will. Yes.
Kasi aki rā tēnā rawa tū tātou katoa. Tātou kua hui tahi mai nei I raro I te tuanui o tēnei whare o te rōpū whakamani te tiriti o Waitangi. Wananga tahi ai, kai tahi ai, whakaaro tahi ai. Nā reira te mihi ki a tātou katoa. E te rōpū whakamana, tēnei anō te mihi a te krauna ki a koutou I whakarite I tēnei kaupapa e pāna ki tō tātou constitution, nā reira te mihi. E te kaiwhakawā matua kua tino wānanga tātou I tēnei rangi, me ki aha kua te iti pēr o tēnei rangi, kua nui te kōrero, kua rere ngā whakaaro mai I tēnā kokona o tēnei whare. Kua kitea, kua rongohia e te katoa. Nā reira anō te mihi kia tātou ki ngā kai kōrero I whakaputa whakaaro, mai te hinengaro, mai te ārero, kua rongohia te ia o tēnā whakaaro e te katoa, nā reira te mihi. I might translate as I go. I know we have a translator, but I think what I said was the Crown does acknowledge this kaupapa inquiry and the breadth of thought that has been expressed today, and it has been a true wānanga, and I wanted to acknowledge that. I tō tātou wānanga I te rāwiri I te poho o rāwiri, e mea atu ahau I te musina o tēnā hui. Kia kaha tātou ki te hanga I te whakaaro I runa I te kaupapa. Kia kore tātou e kōtisi haere te whakaaro. Ka timota tō tātou nei hui I tēnei rangi I te kōrero te tokorua Matthew Rawakohori no te whanganuia o rotu a mārama mārika a rātou whakaaro I runa I tēnei kaupapa e pāna ki tō tātou nei constitution. Me tā rātou kōrero e pāna ki te Local Government Act. At the end of our last wānanga at te poho o Rawiri in Gisborne, I said there that I think we need to remain focused on what we are really here about. There are many kaupapa inquiries of the Waitangi Tribunal at the moment, and this one is about our constitution. And I think the two first speakers from Te Whanganui Orotu really gave such a clear and focused kōrero on the kaupapa. Hei whakapapa mō tātou katoa really is a great guide for us all. Tērā pēr e te kai whakawa matua kei reira hoki te wahanga tuatahi pēr o tō ripuata. And so perhaps the Chief Judge may be thinking that the first chapter of her report lies in what those two first speakers had to say, and setting out some principles. Te rangatiratanga, manamotu hake, tikanga, mātauranga, kāwanatanga. And I just do acknowledge the clarity of thought that went into setting out a very coherent theory of principles that relate to, or what should relate to, the Constitution. Ka huri tā tātou wānanga ki tētahi atu wahanga anō ki tā teina a whakaaro. E te whaia tēnā rawa tū koe. Pēnei a hau ki tākuta Phillips, and ko te ahua nei kua pānui maua tahi i tō pēpa. Te rereke hoki o tēnā pēpa ki tō kōrero. Miharo au ki tērā rereketanga, engari ka miharo hoki a hau ki te whānui, ki te hohonu o nā whakaaro o roto o whakaaro e pāna ki tō tātou nei a Constitution. Me o whakaaro mo tēnā kupu Pākehā te Constitution, me ona āhua tanga e whā, form, shape, texture and rhythm. A ka miharo au hoki ki o whakaaro mō nā āhuatanga e whā mo te tinana a kiko, te tinana a toto, te tinana a hinengaro, te tinana a wairua. A rereke e nei mō toko whā, he rereke nā reo. Engari tērā pēr koina hoki te tiriti o Waitangi, tuhia i roto i enei reo e rua. Rereke pēr e tahi o nā whakaaro i roto i enei reo ārua. Engari he hononga hoki i Wainganui i enei whakaaro, ahakoa no etahi reo rereke. A koina e aku whakaaro mo tēnā. A ka huri au ki tō pēpa, hei te mutuna ka miharo au ki tētahi o kōrero e whaia. It is time our country caught up on the fact that tikanga is not an alternative, but the origin. Hei whakamārama mo te katoa, our wānanga then turned to Teina's kōrero, and I did want to acknowledge the difference, which made me think we really are having a wānanga today through the change in focus. And I mentioned that Teina's written paper is quite different to what she said. I must say that as a lawyer, I'm taught not to read a submission to a courtroom, he momo taima. there's not much point, because we can all read the paper and do that in advance, and the opportunities there to elaborate and take us somewhere different, and that's absolutely what you did. And I was intrigued by your definition of the English word constitution being form, shape, texture and rhythm, and then your thoughts about a different concept. And you weren't drawing this link, I don't think, but I saw this link in your concept of a physical body, a bloodline body, a mindful body. I'm trying to find English words to express what you said in Māori, and a spiritual body. And it occurred to me that in these very different ways of thinking about things, there's the Treaty of Waitangi, written in two very different languages, and there are some similarities and some differences. But I think there are still some connections to build upon. And I was interested near the end of your written paper, where you finished by saying it is time for our country to catch up. Tikanga is not an alternative, it is the origin. A ka huri tātou ki tā Mike kōrero. A ka mihi au ki a ia. And then we turned to Mike and his kōrero. Mike said to us, we must have a Māori voice in any government. An arrangement that respects tangata whenua is fundamental to any constitution. And Mike spoke about the disenfranchised Māori. I understood him to be saying those who are disconnected from their hapu and iwi origins living in cities, and that any constitution needs to prove that they are a whole people and have value in our society. And he finished by saying any constitution should not be ambiguous, it should be clear, it should empower Māori, it should be just. And he said currently none of these things land for Māori. Ka tahi ka mutu tā tātou wānanga ki ngā kōrero a te New Zealand Māori Council, ki tā hera kōrero mō te mātāpono responsibility. And then we heard from the New Zealand Māori speakers, starting with Hera, who spoke about responsibility. And I took from that Hera to be saying responsibility is a principle that we want to enhance today. We come as a collective and not as individuals, and responsibility means ensuring tamariki are raised in a way that nurtures Māori, and that this is relevant to how we conceive of a constitution. And Adrian spoke to us about his personal circumstance, and I took Adrian to say that how we run our country must entrench a connection of children to whānau, hapu and iwi, and to maintain their relationships, which will be their support structures for the rest of their lives. A ka huri tātou ki tā Alicia kōrero mō te whenua Māori, and we heard from Alicia about the importance of the connection of Māori to their whenua, and that is relevant to a discussion about constitutional principles. I took Alicia to be saying that a constitution should enshrine a connection of the people to their whenua. A ka mutu tātou ki tā Grace kōrero. We finished with Grace, and I heard Grace to be saying constitutions are meant to protect what truly matters in society, but ours fails to protect te tiriti, she said. Through tikanga comes relational responsibilities, those being manaakitanga and whakapapa. Grace said responsibility is about restoring balance. Responsibility is a distinct and deserving in its own recognition as a constitutional value. And Grace said responsibility is foundational to constitutional change. A koina aku whakaaro mo nā mea kua whakarono i te ata nei. Ko tā mātou tūrana i tēnei wahanga o tēnei kaupapa he whakarono. He whakarono ki nā nawe engari ki nā whakaaro a te iwi e pāna ki tō tātou constitution. A te wā, ka kōrero te karauna mō ona ake whakaaro mō te constitution. And so today the Crown team is here to listen, and that's its function, to acknowledge and reflect on what you're saying to the Waitangi Tribunal. Anā reira te mihi. At another Wananga, the Crown has an opportunity to engage more in an explanation of its own perspective on our constitution. Engari te mihi anō ki a tātou katoa, e hare i te mea kua roa te rangi, e hare i te mea kua roa ke te wā, kua whānui ngā whakaaro, nā reira te mihi I runa i tēnā whakaaro ki a tātou katoa. Kia ora mai rā.
Pātai, ea koutou?
Kareka.
Tō wai.
E hono re, e karoria,
mga rongo ki te whenua, whakaaro, ai e, ki ngā tangata katoa, ake ake, ake ake, te atua, te piringa, tōku oranga, tōku oranga. Kia ora tāne. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora tātou. That brings our hui to a close today. Andrew, I think you're absolutely right that today we did have a wānanga. It's been interesting that it's a very bold concept that the Chief Judge embarked on, to hold wānanga where people would come. And although this is our third official one, we did have a kind of one at Waipatu before we got into the real ones. And I know one or two of us were fearful that people might not get the hang of this, that we might just get a repetition of complaints, and that we might not start seeing the sorts of things that we actually saw today, which I think was very good. And so, yeah, it's helpful. And I guess people are starting to get the hang of it. And, we'll see how things roll out at the next 2 or 3. So, tēnā koe mō kōrero anaru, e me miharo. Ma te tangata nāni tīmata o tātou hui te ata nei māne e kapi nai nei.
Kia inui tātou. E te atua kaharawa, e te atua atawhai, E tuku tonu mātou tēnei reo whakawheta, ka muimiti ki a koe pā, mga tini manaakitanga, I uhia mai e koe kirungi a mātou I tēnei hui huinga, mai te timatatanga I te ata nei, taino ke tēnei haora hakamutunga. Tēnei tonu te whakawheta ai, te whakamuimiti tau ingoa tapu, te whakaoke, te kroria ki a koe pā, me te inuti ki a koe ke manaaki tēnā koe, tēnei o mātou, e wehe tukini o mātou kāinga, e wehe tukini o mātou tūtanga. Wai o tonu koe te hāta waira tapu ki runga I tēnei whare, ki runga no ke ngai iwi katoa e mahi anei rote I tēnei whare. Kia puta aka ne paingan mo te iwi whānui o e whai pāngana ki te kaupopo te rōpu whakamana I te triti o Waitangi. Ko ngā inu o ki weni ki a koe pā mau ne whakamana mai. I runga ni te ngua tāu tama, te kai whakora koe Ukraiti. Āmene. Kia ora tātou.
You still got a good story to tell. Don't tell too many of them.